Board here, roll call. Oops, phone here. Scott Self, that's me. Michael York.
Here.
Jane Johnson. Here. Michael Day.
Here.
Brandon Self.
Here.
Richard Lane.
Here.
Selectmen's Rep Sly Karazinski. Here. Steve Malone, alternate.
Here.
And Brian Vertigal, alternate.
Here.
Okay, so we have a full board, so we don't need to seat any alternates. And the agenda for this evening, proposed 2023 amendments to the zoning ordinance, 20 zoning ordinance as proposed by the planning board. And it'll be concerning update to the description of the floodplain district, rezoning of property on James Road, general provisions, business district, commercial, industrial district, and industrial park district zoning ordinance amendments. Item B is planning board number 22-021. That's a site plan review, and that's a continued public hearing from December 8th. Fieldstone Land Consultants, PLLC, on behalf of Avanru Development Group, Ltd., requests a site plan review for an age-restricted 76-unit multifamily development and associated site improvements on land owned by Paul Thomas, located at 115 Old Homestead Highway. Subject property is shown at tax map 37, lot 7, and is located in the business district. And under discussions and other business, we have the 2023 meeting schedule, rules of procedure amendments, site plan review regulations, and any other business as may be required. So our first agenda item, we aren't going to do the minutes from last week, last week, because they aren't quite ready yet, I don't think. So we're going right to the proposed 2023 amendments to the Swanzey zoning ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion, please?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'm going to move that we, any items left after 9 o'clock be continued to the next scheduled meeting.
Okay, we have a motion by Michael York that any agenda items left after 9 o'clock be rescheduled to our next meeting, which would be January 18th, I think.
12th.
January 12th, sorry, January 12th. Is there a second? Seconded by Richard Lane. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 All those opposed? Then that's what will occur. Now the zoning amendments. And there aren't very many of them here this year. And the first one up would be under the floodplain district. And basically just what we're doing there is we're just updating the reference to the current flood zone map. And I'll just read it out. The floodplain district is herein established as an overlay district. The underlying permitted use shall be allowed only by special exception, provided they meet the additional requirements set forth in section 9 of this ordinance. The floodplain district includes all lands, and this is what we're adding, all lands designated as special flood hazard areas by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, in its flood insurance study for the County of Cheshire, New Hampshire, dated May 23rd, 2006, or as amended together with the associated, and here we cross out that part of it, flood insurance rate map firm dated May 23rd, 2006, or as amended, and on file with the town clerk. I'm skipping through because there's stuff that we've crossed out this is what we're replacing. So I'm just skipping the stuff we crossed out there. On file with the town clerk, planning board, and building inspector. These maps, as well as the accompanying Swanzey flood insurance study, are incorporated here in reference. So that is the change to that one. Let's see. The zoning map of the town of Swanzey dated September 1st, 1947, as amended, is further amended to show property known as tax map 16, lot 1, currently owned by the Thoris Lewis Revocable Trust, known as 69 James Road, consisting of 55.4 acres, more or less, as being in the business district. Now, it's up to the board whether you want me to read through all of these and we vote on them as one, or we vote on them, actually we're changing them, if we change anything on them one by one. Anybody have any comments on those we have there, or shall we just go through them all and decide at the end of them all? Any takers? then I'll just continue reading them, and if something comes up, then just let me know. We've all discussed this anyways, and this is how these changes got here. Go ahead.
One more on the last page.
Oh, was there? Oh, we're doing that too, okay, sorry about that, thanks. This is also a change, accessory uses and accessory buildings. For residential properties, one single-story storage shed up to 200 square feet in area, and we've crossed that part out, may be located up to 5 feet from the side or rear property lines, but must still comply with the front setback requirements. That was amended March 10th, 2020. So pretty much what that one does is it allows just a small little utility building to be placed within 5 feet of a property line. Business district, all lots, and we have changed setbacks in these districts here is going on. All lots shall be of at least 1 acre in size with 125-foot frontage on a town or state-maintained road. For properties with frontage on New Hampshire Route 10 or New Hampshire Route 12, all buildings and structures shall be located 30 feet. And crossing that part out because it was different than that. Down here from the right-of-way line for all frontages other than New Hampshire Route 10 or New Hampshire Route 12. All buildings and structures shall be located 30 feet from the front property line. The side and rear setbacks are 20 feet from the side, rear property lines. And that was amended in 2008 and 2020. Village Business District 2, uses permitted. In the Village Business District, District 2, no building or premises shall be erected or used, and no land shall be used for any purpose except, and we have added in home occupation and home-based businesses. Obviously, there are more uses allowed in there. We've just added those on there. This is under commercial, industrial district, industrial park district uses. And let's see, this shows the center. We didn't change anything on where the description of it was. So we're going to setbacks. All buildings or structures within this zone shall be located at least 70, and the 75 feet has been crossed out, at least 30 feet from the right-of-way, Route 10, at least 50 feet from the boundary line and any abutting residential dwelling, at least 30 feet from the right-of-way of any feeder road, and at least 20 feet from any other boundary. So what that one did was it replaced the 75-foot setback from Route 10 to 30 feet. And let's see, last but not least, under permitted uses in the industrial park district. In the industrial park district, no buildings or premises shall be erected, altered, or used, and no land shall be used for any purpose except, and it runs down the list, and we added home occupations and home-based businesses. And we did that in those two zones, the industrial park zone and the business zone, is because those were the only two zones that were left out when we went through the zoning ordinance before and made it a right for home occupations to be carried out in all zones, and home-based businesses too. Difference there is that home-based businesses have to come through a site plan, and home-based and home occupations don't. That's the difference between those two. Anyway, we added that into those two zones. And that's it for the zoning amendments that we're proposing for this year. So those amendments, if they're approved by the board, no changes like that, it'll go to town meeting, and then at town meeting, all of us will vote on those amendments as to whether to add it to the zoning or not add it to the zoning. And that's how all of our zoning gets here. That's where we are now. That's what we're talking about here. So, board members, any comments on those proposed changes to the zoning ordinance?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a question. Does the code define what a home-based business is?
Yes, it does. We have a definition of that.
Okay, so it's very clear within the code.
It is. A home-based business is more involved than a home occupation. A home occupation would be one where if you were walking or driving by the house, you'd never know that that business was going on inside the house. But a home-based business, if you're walking by, you might see a truck or something in there, or other auxiliary use or part of the property used for that. So that's why it's under our purview to look at those.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
on section 3, letter C, item 3, did you say 5 feet from the on the side setbacks and the rear setback.
Which page are you on, or you're on which section of the zoning ordinance are you on? Oh, we're on the first
Section
one there.
3.
Oh, you're on accessory uses? Accessory uses and accessory buildings, yep. And what we're changing there is, let's see, it allows it to be located up to 5 feet from the side or rear property lines,
Right.
but not the
front is still 30.
not the front setback, yeah. Still
Thank
30
you.
feet. And that just allowed, those smaller buildings to be set in people's yards, store a lawnmower or something like that, yeah. Any other questions on what we're proposing to change here or to the voters? And if not, then a motion would be in order, and the motion, if you so wish, should contain all of the zoning changes we did here. We can do it in one motion and be done with it. What'll it be? Any more discussion on it? If there's no more discussion on it, we just need a motion to.
So moved. So moved.
Okay, got a motion. Motion by Michael York to send the proposed zoning changes to town meeting in 2023. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Richard Lane. Is there any further discussion? Then all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, good. That will be on the warrant. Now we move to item number 2, or item number B, which is the planning board number 22-021, and that's a site plan review by Avanru Development about the 76 unit multifamily development by Wilson Pond. And we have updated drawings, updated, floor plans, updated floor plans, and Mr. Brannon can give us a presentation of what they have changed. And while he's setting up there, we've had full testimony for the last 2 meetings from everyone. This meeting, unless there's something substantial or substantially different you need to bring up, we're going to accept testimony from abutters and from interested, pardon me? Okay, and from parties who have standing to discuss it. Yep, that's fine. You may proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Chad Brandon. I'm a civil engineer with Fieldstone Land Consultants. Our office is located at 206 Elm Street in Milford, New Hampshire, and 45 Roxbury Street in Keene, New Hampshire. With me tonight is Jack Franks, who is the applicant and owner of Avanru Development Group, Ltd. Also with us this evening is Tim Sampson, who is the project architect, and we are representing Paul Thomas, who is the landowner this evening. As the board may recall, we were before you a short time ago presenting this project. We had a very lengthy evening with a lot of testimony, and we touched on, how we believe this project, certainly meets all of the design criteria, our former plans, and how, we felt that, this neighborhood is very much a mixed use area, transitional area. In fact, the adjacent zone is a transitional zone. I don't want to dwell on what was talked about in the past a whole lot, but what I want to do this evening is really focus on revisions that we've made to the plans to address a great deal of comments that were raised at the last meeting. We spent a long time in a short period of time making revisions to these plans in hopes that the board will see that we've tried to be sensitive to a lot of comments that were received. The revisions that we have made will come at a great cost, and so we do want to talk to the board again about hopefully reconsidering the parking relief, the 20% reduction. Again, because we don't need it from a practical matter, and also because we're making a great deal of concessions with the current design that we have before you. So without spending too much time, talking about the details, what I'd like to do is actually walk through the plan revisions and touch on all of the elements in the changes that we've made to address those comments. So this plan that we have on the screen right now is a revised site plan. And what you may notice with this site plan is that a lot has changed. We have changed the building layout on the project. What we've essentially done is we've narrowed the two wings of the building, if you will, which would be the front portion here and then the back portion. We've narrowed that width on the property, which has allowed us to shift the building slightly on the site and increase the landscaping significantly along the front of the project. So it's all landscaping now along the front of the project, along Old Homestead Highway. And then we have a considerable landscape area along this southern side of the project as well. What's allowed that to happen is by narrowing the building, but also by modifying the travel through the site. So you can see on this plan, we've eliminated the one-way travel through the project. We used to have an entrance that came in on the north side of the site, which was one directional, and then we had an exit on the south side of the site on the other side of the building. And we've consolidated that travel, that access way, and located on the north side of the building, really in an effort to maximize landscaping. By bringing those access aisles together, we're able to increase the landscaping on both the north and south side of the site, which was a great concern at the last meeting. We have reviewed this layout with the fire department, and they are happy with with this current layout. So it's still going to satisfy all emergency response access, and then certainly, the interior of the site is designed to accommodate emergency response vehicles. This plan right here does show the site with a 118 parking spaces, which is what the board asked for. So this plan does not need the reduction, but we also do not need that much parking. So we do want to have a little discussion about that as we move on here. With the building change, the center portion of the building did get longer, and we have changed the elevations of the building quite considerably. And I will open that up here in a minute, but just to touch on it, the front pod of the building, if you will, is a 3-story building now, and does have a kind of a faux pitched roof on it, which is a modification that the board asked to see. We were able to incorporate that in the design. The middle section of the building would be 4 stories and would still be a flat roof. And then the rear section would actually be 2 stories and would have a similar roof design as the front portion, kind of offering some symmetry. The reason for the rear portion being 2 stories is because we have the glide slope from the airport that we have to, be sensitive to. So we still adhere to all of the FAA requirements for glide slope with this design, but we have had to make considerable revisions. Other improvements that we've made to the site consist of we've added some outdoor kind of recreational area on the southern side of the building where we have a walkway, some areas to seat. We'll do some raised garden areas in there as well for some amenities. And basically, we have parking still on the north side of the site between the 2 wings of the building. And then the majority of the parking is positioned to the rear of the property, so we have maintained a main entrance corridor, which would come out on site in this location here. We did work with staff on the landscaping calculations for this plan. This plan meets and exceeds all of the landscaping requirements that are required locally. We've included the access aisles into the calculations. We exceed all the plant requirements. Those calculations have been moved to the site plan so that we submitted to the board for tonight's meeting. And you can see, walking down through there, it talks about the parking areas and how it's broken up. So the rear lot requires 3,360 square feet. We have just shy of 3,800 square feet provided. The side lot requires 630 square feet. We have about 4,600 square feet provided, so certainly far exceeding the landscaping requirements there. And then when you go down, you'll see that it breaks down the requirements for trees. There's 11 required in the rear lot. We have 12. There's 2 required in the side lot. We meet that requirement. And then the total trees required is 13, and we have 21 proposed for this project. So we certainly have exceeded, all of those requirements. And that was a concern that was raised at the last meeting. We've also increased the landscaping on the buffering to the property. So on both sides of the building, we have over, certainly along the front portion, we have well over 10 feet of landscaped area between the building and the parking area. On the north side, we have 12 where the access aisle is, and then on the south side, we have about 22 feet because now that's all landscaped and we don't have an access aisle going through there. We did have an opportunity to review this layout with DOT, and they will have no issues with this modification. We previously had secured a permit at this location, but it was a one-directional access, so we do have to modify that permit with them, but that's not going to be a problem. So taking a look at the architectural plans, I guess I'll try to open it here on the computer. I guess before I do that, I would just like to point out the landscaping in the back. We added a landscaping island on the south side, and then we were able to count these areas here in the landscaping calculation after reviewing it with town staff. So there is adequate landscaping for the rear parking area. So this plan shows a rendering of the building. This would be, this is a direct frontal rendering showing what the building would look like along the road. So we added the pitched roof to the top. This is again 3 stories, so it's been reduced. So this will be about 34 feet in height, including that roof area. And you can see it in perspective here. So this would be the front 34 feet. Then we would have this middle section, which would be the 4-story flat. And then you have the 2-story in the back, which would be also have the pitched roof on it. The height of the building here in the 4-story section is the same as what we presented at the last meeting. It's 41.5 feet. The 2-story would be about 25 feet in height. Another modification based on a number of considerations with interior Floor plans is we did have to reduce the density on this plan from 76 to 74 units. So this plan shows a 74 unit layout, and that mix is 63 one bedroom and 11 two bedroom in total. We'll just pull up another perspective. Got to get used to the microphone, sorry. So this shows another perspective view. This is from basically the airport roadside, looking at the site. So you can see you have the two-story portion here, this four-story section, and then the three-story out in front. And the architectural components here are really intended to try to make it look like it's three buildings, breaking up a lot of the design details. We have some peaks in the front. The color scheme has been changed throughout. We've added a lot of landscaping. This rendering actually has been modified to incorporate, some of the landscaping that we're proposing. So you can see how that will, over time break up that facade. This is the center parking area here. And this is the religious facility or building here. So, that entry will come, through there. As you're traveling on Old Homestead Highway, heading from the high school and heading north, I guess it would be, you would really, be looking at this building across landscaping rather than having that other access aisle through there. So we think aesthetically there's been a lot of improvements made to this plan. It's, as I stated before, it has come at a considerable cost, and that's something that we would hope the board would take into consideration this evening and maybe reconsider the parking layout. And so with that said, I would like to bring up the other plan that we submitted, which shows the layout with the 94 spaces. So as you can see on this plan, we basically keep all the landscaping the same, but what we do is we cut out, a great deal of pavement and unnecessary impacts along the back of the property. If that was actually needed, we would be proposing it. We've made this argument a number of times before the board, so we would appreciate some reconsideration this evening, considering the revisions that we're trying to make to address other concerns. This plan, just like the last one that we presented, does meet all of your local regulations. We have modified the layout of the stormwater infiltration basin in the back to still accept all of the runoff from the development. The design intent and those features have not changed with this particular layout. We've updated, the utility layout on site. Basically, the sewer and water will both come in on the north side now. We did review with the fire department that the hydrant will now be located on the north side of the site rather than on the south, because when they come in, they want to have clear access to that in case there's an issue. The buried propane tanks will be situated on the north side of the site now rather than the south, just from an access standpoint, but we will still have electric coming in on the south portion of the project. Our goal this evening, and we really hope that the board would consider a conditional approval. We are not opposed to coming back to the board for a compliance hearing and showing that we have worked out all the details. There certainly are details that need to be worked out on the architectural end. You just can't design a building in a week. It's amazing the amount of work that was able to, to be done in a week, and we're happy to be presenting it, this evening. But, you know, certainly there's a whole nother process when it comes to the building, through the building permit and so on. But securing some type of an approval this evening would allow us to proceed with the state permitting that's required with this project. Everybody knows this project is, you know, has had a long road, and we really look forward to, you know, meeting some funding deadlines and really bringing a much needed housing to this area. There are a lot of people that would like to live here. I can assure you of that. There's been a lot of testimony about how maybe some people wouldn't like to, but there is a housing crisis right now in the area, and this is needed. It meets your regulations, and we would really appreciate the board's consideration on an approval this evening. We are here and willing to do our best to answer any questions that you may have. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would hand the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. And board members, you've seen the presentation, there's quite a lot of changes there. And I would say in the positive, for sure, they did a lot of work, as he had just said, on reconfiguring the buildings and especially the roof line and just the general appearance, as you can see it from the road. So do you have any questions for Mr. Brandon on the new proposals here? Yep.
Mr. Brandon, how are emergency vehicles going to access the south side of that building?
Actually, use the mic so that everyone can hear you.
I'll repeat it. The south side of that building right now has no access for any emergency vehicle.
Yeah, we reviewed that with the emergency personnel. We met with Fire Marshal Eric Matson. Before we even went through this launch of a revision, we sat down with him and made sure that there's no issues with emergency access. And so when we reviewed this with him, and it's a very good question, when we reviewed this with the fire department, they generally are concerned about having 3 points of access for a building. So they said initially, you know, we definitely have access along Old Homestead Highway. We have access along the north side. We have access along the west side. But he said on top of that, they actually have access from the airport road here because they can reach the building with their ladder truck from that location. And so there's no issues with emergency access and emergency response. And we did make sure to, you know, to meet with the fire department and make sure there was going to be no issues there, because anytime you look at a revision with access, you know, around a building, it's a very good question, and we have that question. And so we made sure to meet with them and make sure there was no issues.
Just while you're up there, how did you end up with the 74 units from the 76? Because you've reduced 1 story in the front and you've reduced 2 stories in the back. Did you make this building longer? That's what.
Yes, that center building did get longer, quite a bit longer, actually. If you look at the old plan, it got, and I could pull the old plan up and tell you, but that's where the unit deficiency was met, is through that center building portion. And part of the design, and I don't have the architectural up there right now, but the front building really masks that 4-story building, and it offers, you know, a nice transition into it. The 3-story with the peaked roof. And so I personally think the layout, it's softened with this particular building design. Certainly the old design was more condensed and more compact and a little bit more efficient from that end, but it didn't speak to a lot of the concerns that were raised, and frankly the request that the board made for us to evaluate peaked roofs. We didn't have an option of putting a peaked roof on a 4-story building because of the height restrictions in town. In fact, the other peaked roofs that we have in town on buildings like this, we've received, or even larger parapets that we've done, we've received variances on, and that's not an avenue that we're willing to go down with this project. So we had to modify the height.
Okay, thank you. Rest of the board members, any questions for Mr. Brennan while he's right there?
What is the landscape proposal plan for that front, you mentioned that it has increased, and according to the renderings, I saw a couple bushes of approximately the 6 to 8 foot height, but what is the plan for that landscaping area?
So we are proposing to maintain basically the landscaping that we had on the prior plan along the right-of-way portion. And so up in that area, we have 2 red oak on each side of the site. And then we also had 2 blue spruce, kind of paralleling those, but staggered. And then we had some calorie pear trees, and then a lot of lower shrubs along, the roadway side. And then what we did is we proposed some additional shrubs closer to the building. So certainly exceeding the requirements in the local regulations. I only submitted a site plan, so I have to go back to the landscaping plan in order to see what those labels actually reference. So that's what I was doing.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from members of the board? No questions at all, and it looks like they answered pretty much all questions I had. So are there any questions from the abutters or comments from the abutters on the new plan?
Mark Scalera, 33 Lake Street. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure it's fair to only allow comments from the abutters. We organized and prepared based on where we, left last meeting. If somebody was to have to read somebody else's piece, it'll take a lot longer, okay? They're able to prepare for their presentation. We prepared for ours, and I would just ask, at least for one exception,
And again, that exception is what?
is for another member of the community to be able to speak tonight.
I'll leave that up to the board. If the board feels that they'd like to hear that, that's fine with me.
Am I waiting for an answer?
Oh, I thought you were having something to say. I thought you had a comment on it. That was your comment. But you're up here to
I'm just
comment.
asking to get that approved.
All right, let's see what the board wants to do. I had limited it earlier to abutters and other people of interest in it, but if the board members would like to hear some of the prepared presentations from the other people, that's fine with me. Consensus?
I think that would be fair to the public.
Yeah, and it's substantially changed anyways, so, yep. So it looks like the consensus of the board is, you'll have your
Thank you.
comments.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, the good news is we're not really planning on saying a lot today, so hopefully that'll be
Well, you
good.
never plan on it, right?
No, we
just
don't.
turns out that
It
way.
depends on what comes up, right? I think I'm just going to turn it over to the next in line here, because I think these comments might be better served maybe more towards the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Someone else like to come up and have comments on this? And these are on the new plans, is that correct? Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Would you please just identify what Mrs. Ames is passing out so I can record it for the record?
okay, it's titled Swansea Planning Board, December 15th, 2022, public hearing.
It's just her comments, is that what it is?
It looks like it.
Okay, thank you.
You're
That's all I
welcome.
needed to know.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Beverly?
Yes, I can, Victoria.
Okay. Just to start out,
Just a moment. Mr.
Yes.
Brennan?
oh, sure. Again, I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to the planning board for the extremely hard work that I know they're doing, and I know everybody's really grateful for that. But I also want to express my gratitude to Beverly, who is, I'm so impressed with the quality of the minutes that she took for the prior meeting. So thank you, Beverly, unsung hero, but definitely hero, okay? This is not easy.
It isn't easy, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. So what I passed out a pretty detailed review, and I'm going to actually read through this, okay, because this is important stuff. Our site plan review regulations authorize at least 4 specific areas in which the planning board may exercise discretion, which I have excerpted. At the prior meeting, we talked about that the regulations provide for the assessment of reasonable fees to cover costs of special investigations or the review of documents and other matters. There was some question as to whether we could actually do that. We certainly can. In terms of off-street parking and loading requirements, the parking lot final design shall be subject to the approval of the planning board, which may require other standards as special circumstances warrant. In terms of all parking spaces, when deemed necessary by the planning board, shall be safely separated from walkways, sidewalks, streets, or alleys by curbing, landscaping, berms, islands, and other appropriate means. And finally, landscaping and screening shall be provided at the discretion of the planning board with proper regard to adjacent properties, the public highway, and within a site, including interior landscaping and parking areas. Now, I bring these things up because the planning board has discretion in these areas explicitly outlined in the site plan review regulations, and this discretion is warranted due to the special circumstances of this proposal, which is a lot-to-lot line development of a flat 2.5-acre parcel situated directly across Old Homestead Highway from a treasured and scenic town resource, Wilson Pond, and its surrounding neighborhood of over 100 homes in a community of historic significance. Now, I served on the planning board at the time when our landscaping regulations were greatly updated, and the reason we had reason to do that. And at its core, the reason is that in a rural town, landscaping and screening are neither trivial or inconsequential. Rather, landscaping and screening are a critical tool for gracefully blending new development into existing rural land use patterns. Further, effective use of landscaping and screening is a way for a developer to express respect for the community, a way to say, we want to create a project that will make the town proud. Now, on the planning, I know the planning board often is in the position of receiving applications for development where it sort of feels like the developer is just, give them some trees, that'll make them happy. But the developers who really take a concerted effort to blend the surroundings of the parcel with the structure itself are the ones who tell us that they really care about the town. Now, there has been some talk about the expense that the developer has gone through. The planning board is under no obligation to waive site plan review requirements when a developer balks at anticipated expense. Indeed, doing so fails to serve the citizens of Swansea in favor of the applicant. The developer of the current proposal maintains that a 21,355 square foot building the largest portion of which is 4 stories, is necessary for the financial solvency of the proposal. And we need to note at this point that the footprint of the building with this more recent iteration has increased 22%, okay, from the previous submitted 17,943 square feet, or 17,493 square feet footprint. I don't know if it's relevant, but less than a mile south on Old Homestead Highway, the Alitech project is moving forward with construction of 32 units on 2 acres and apparently managing to meet financial objectives with a 2-story building height. Intimations of lawsuits, which many of us felt that we experienced at the prior public hearing. Intimations of lawsuits should not affect planning board deliberations in general and in the particular. The planning board stands on solid ground in a close reading of the site plan regulations. Further, in a 2-2 decision, only 2 of the state of New Hampshire Supreme Court judges who heard this case in front of, I can't say the name of your business, I'm sorry. Avanru case ruled in the developer's favor. And I have the citation there if you'd like to go and read that. So, in order to help make the proposed development more harmonious with the neighborhood, it is both reasonable and supported by planning board practice for the planning board to require conformance with site plan review regulations. Key failures of the current proposal, the one we see tonight, key failures of that proposal to do so are enumerated below, and all my citations are taken directly from the Town of Swanzey Site Plan Review Regulations, as most recently amended. So the overarching purpose of these regulations in terms of landscaping and screening are to screen neighboring parcels, to promote an aesthetically pleasing relationship between buildings and their natural surroundings, and to provide visual relief from broad expanses of pavement, and to define areas for pedestrian and vehicular circulation. In this instance, we have to consider neighboring parcels to include the neighbors on the east side of Old Homestead Highway. I'm going through the regulations as they occur. Next is off-street parking and loading requirements. Sufficient off-street loading and unloading space must be provided. And I have not heard addressed or seen on these plans any off-street loading and or unloading space that has been provided specifically for moving trucks. How will they be accommodated while simultaneously maintaining the required number of parking spaces, which the developer, in fact, would like to be fewer? So that's an issue that I think the planning board should ask to have addressed. Again, the regulations provide for the assessment of reasonable fees. If we would like to have an engineer or some other professional to review the site plan, that's certainly appropriate. Moving on to landscaping and parking areas. Our site plan review regs call for parking areas shall be effectively landscaped with trees and shrubs to reduce visual impact of glare, headlights, and parking lot lights from the public right of way and from adjacent properties. The rear parking area directly abuts the southerly lot line. With the exception of 2 trees, there are no provisions to reduce the visual impact of glare, headlights, and parking lot lights. 62%, in other words, 144 linear feet of the rear parking area directly face the public right-of-way and adjacent properties. That's without any kind of landscaping or screening. As we discussed at the last meeting, 10% or more of the interior of the parking area should be landscaped open space. This landscaping is in addition to any required buffer zone landscaping. Therefore, we need to be, in this instance, looking only at the rear parking area, not the area around the building, but just the rear parking area. and its total square footage is 34,344 square feet, which would require a minimum of 3,434 square feet of landscaped open space. The plan shows 5 landscaped islands, 4 of which are 324 square feet, 1 which is 162 square feet, for a total of 1,458 square feet of parking lot landscaping. In other words, 1,976 square feet of landscaping are not provided in the rear parking area. The northerly parking area is 13,707 square feet, which would require a minimum of 1,370 square feet of landscaping, and no interior parking lot landscaping is shown in this area. There is landscaping shown around the building, but that's the landscaping that we ask for around the perimeter of the building, not the landscaping that pertains to the parking area. So the total interior parking lot landscaping requirement would be 10% of 48,051 square feet of the, which would come, 10% of that is 4,805 square feet. Only 1,458 square feet are shown, which leaves a deficit of approximately 70%, which is 3,347 square feet. Now, there is, at the east and west corners of the rear parking lot, there are 1,692 square feet of buffer zone landscaping, but that is not interior to the parking area. Okay, my count, moving on, talking about the number of required trees. When I was looking at the plans this afternoon, I couldn't locate more than 11 trees to be shown in that parking area. The regulations go on to say that a combination of end cap landscaping islands and linear landscaping islands running parallel to parking rows are preferred. And the planting islands should be at least 200 square feet and should include at least 1 tree per island. The newest planting island that the plans show is only 162 square feet. It's on the southern, well, you can't see it. It's this one here. The revised entrance requires that the parking lot entrance or exit shall be 12 feet wide per lane. As it happens, the plan shows the road width as it gets to the rear of the parking lot chokes down to only 22 feet, which is only 11 feet per lane. I recognize that this, just as staff and others who've looked at these plans scrambled to look at them today to compile enough information to respond to them, the developer didn't have time to prepare a complete landscaping plan, but I think it's incumbent on the board, if the board is considering making a conditional approval tonight, to show that the plan that designates landscaped areas with no location or identification of any vegetation, so those landscaping plans that are designated landscaped areas, are incomplete. The new 21-foot by 406-foot strip of landscaping that's shown along the southern side of the structure, as depicted, shows 3 trees and an 80-foot long 10-tree arborvitae hedge. 256 linear feet of that landscaping is completely devoid of trees. I'm also assuming that the land that is above the buried, I guess they're buried propane tanks and the transformers, which I'm assuming are above ground, that land that's attributed to the necessary location of that infrastructure does not count as landscaped space, okay? In other words, to go back to the regulations, landscaped areas shall be used exclusively as landscaping and not for equipment or product storage, parking, and the like. All right, in terms of landscaped buffers between different uses of land, landscaping shall be used to form a buffer between non-residential and residential areas and between single-family and multifamily projects, especially when multifamily units are different in height, form, and/or material than adjacent single-family units. That's what the regulations say. The proposed multifamily units are vastly different in height, form, and/or material than the adjacent single-family units on the east side of Old Homestead Highway. No landscaping buffer is shown along the northerly property line, thereby failing to buffer between this residential use, the proposed, and a non-residential use. Further, landscaping site plan shall provide a landscaped area that is a minimum of 10 feet deep around the sides of buildings with public access, which would be this entire building, and or are visible from a public roadway, which would be this development. Such landscaped areas shall contain shrub and ground cover plantings in addition to trees. Now, again, this may be an artifact of a quickly prepared sort of a concept approval site plan for tonight, but the landscaped area on the southern side of the central building is only 7.5 feet wide. The plan shows no plantings in this area or in the 8-foot wide, quote, landscaped area on the north wall of the rear or front buildings. Okay, any lot bordering a residential zone, this is from the regs, or an existing residential use shall have a 20-foot deep landscape buffer between any buildings and the residential zone or use. The landscaped area shall contain shrub and ground cover plantings in addition to trees. There should be a minimum of 1 3-inch diameter tree per 200 square feet of ground area. Now, I'm presuming that what is considered this buffer between the proposal and the existing residential uses on the east side of Old Homestead Highway is the this area here. And that portion of the lot is 225 feet in length, and if we just allocate the 20 feet, then 225 feet by 20 feet results in 4,500 square feet. If, to be in compliance with the town regulations, we provide 1 3-inch diameter tree per 200 square feet, that would require 22 trees in the front. So according to our regulations, the screening along the front face of the building is inadequate in buffering a residential zone from this construction. So I go through all these items because landscaping matters. It's not a trivial thing, and it's one of the few tools that a planning board has to make such a structure harmonious. The landscaping requirements of our site plan review regulations were developed to encourage development that is harmonious with the community and town as a whole. Their satisfaction, the satisfaction of those regulations, is an important and essential part of the development review process. It would be both reasonable and responsible for the planning board to require the developer to satisfy these elements of the regulations. Indeed, given the potential adverse impact of this development, it would be both reasonable and responsible for the planning board to exercise its permitted discretion and provide the developer to, in fact, provide more landscaping in order to provide for proper regard for adjacent properties, the public highway, and within the site. If the developer is unable to fit the proposed building and its required infrastructure on a 2.5-acre lot and also satisfy our site plan review regulations, which include landscaping, it would be both reasonable and responsible for the planning board to deny approval of this application. Thank you.
I don't think it's on. Oh, there it is now. Okay. Well, now, any board members have questions? We did have it as an agenda item to review our site plan review regulations, but I guess we can cross that one off. We've done that already. So any questions from Ms. Barlow before we get into Mr. Brannon's rebuttal? No? Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Brannon.
I would just like to clarify a lot of things, actually, because we've been doing site plans in this community for well over 10 years now, and many of the presumed calculations have not been the way the calculations have been done over time for any application. And I know that we specifically took a look at the plan and we reviewed some of these calculations with town staff, and we believe we meet the regulations clearly. And I think that it's important to talk about the practical aspect of landscaping and landscaping around parking lots and buffering. And a lot of times that contemplates surrounding uses. For example, the property on the north side of the site has no buffering provided on their property, and it's a commercial use. So buffering has always been something that's been at the discretion of planning boards. Buffering. What are we buffering between? You know, we have a religious, building on the north side of the site. Their parking comes right up to the property line. What are we proposing? Well, we're proposing about a 4-foot landscaped area. In landscaping, it doesn't just mean that you're filling an area with shrubs and trees. Your regulations say that. It's a vegetated area where you can do additional landscaping. We meet tree counts on all of the areas that she's brought up, with the exception of maybe along Old Homestead Highway. And why don't we maybe meet them there today? Because we've increased the buffering there. We had 20 feet before, now we have 45 feet. So I think the one area where we probably do have to add a few trees is along Old Homestead Highway, because we increased the buffer. I don't think we should be, necessarily penalized for that, because the calculation on the old plan, I believe, met that criteria. And so we will agree to add some, trees along the Old Homestead area in order to meet that calculation. That is not a problem, and we hope the board will consider that as a condition of approval. When you go through, I'm just going to bring the computer back up because I think it's easier for everybody to see that plan. When you go through the landscaping regulations, see, the thing about reading regulations is context, right? You have to read it all. You don't get to pick sentences and twist words and play it in the area that fits the narrative. You have to read it for what it is. That's what we do. That's what we do with staff. So landscaping between adjacent buildings is how one section starts. And then it goes down and says, the site plan shall provide a landscaped area that is a minimum of 10 feet in depth around all sides of the building with public access. The only side of this building that has public access, is along the highway. That's where the public would come in. Anybody going into this building lives here. It's private. This is a private site. We don't sell goods here. We don't rent, like a rental store. This is a private site. Tenants come here. It's a secure site. So it's not It's not a site that you need to provide, you know, a 10-foot buffer around the buildings, the whole area way around it. It's not a school. It's not a convenience store. It's a private place where people live. You know, someone might come in to rent a unit or take a look at the unit, but it's not a retail establishment, and typically that's where that section would apply. But we certainly are providing 10 feet, in fact, we're providing 45 feet along the old Homestead Highway section. We're far exceeding that requirement. And then that provision goes on to say, with public access or are visible from a public roadway. And so that's an area that we made improvements on from the last plan. Because as you travel, you know, north and south along Old Homestead Highway, certainly this front portion of the site is going to be visible from, you know, the public highway, or one could argue that. Now, the town hasn't really taken that interpretation in the past. It's always been from the public way. And I could give you many examples of site plans that have been reviewed under that purview. But nonetheless, we've made that revision. People asked for additional landscaping along the sides of the building. Landscaping. There's no standards there that says you have to put a certain number of trees or a certain number of shrubs. It just says landscaping with, you know, some trees and shrubs. And so we meet the technical requirements of that section. Along the southern side, which is the area most visible, you know, from the public roadway, a 10-foot buffer is required. We have 21 feet, or landscaping is required, 21 feet. Along the north side, the portion that is at least in front of the neighboring building, the area that would be most visible from the public right away is 12 feet. So again, we exceed it, and it's 12 feet here, and then we have another 3 or 4 feet on the other side of the access way. We meet that. In between the buildings here, we certainly have, you know, about 20 feet of landscaped area from the building to the parking area. There's a lot of landscaped area in landscaped area, and the plans clearly say any area that's not paved is loamed and seeded and then landscaped accordingly. What we show on plans is always the minimum landscaping. It doesn't mean that our client won't do additional landscaping, but this is what we have to do at a minimum. In talking about parking lot landscaping, okay? End aisles, end caps, the minimum area requirements for those always accounts for 2 parking spaces, because it's required when you have a parking bank. It's when you have 2 parking spaces that go in head to head. It's a terminal end unit. That's where the 200 feet comes into play. This landscaped island here doesn't have a 200-foot minimum. If that's the way a town interpreted the regulations, you wouldn't have that. And isn't the goal to have more landscaping? Because we don't technically need that island, you know, to meet the requirement, but we tried to add some landscaping along that southern zone. And the number of parking spaces is ultimately a function of what the board asked for. Now, we certainly could, you know, we could make the parking on the south side part of that reduction. You know, part of, if the board's willing to consider the 20% reduction, which, by the way, is not a waiver. I don't have to submit a waiver letter to the board asking for that. It's in your regulations. It's something that's discussed. I don't have to discuss a hardship. That's not the way that regulation is written. It's written for good planning. The town is moving in the right direction. Why would anybody want more impervious cover? On one side, we have the Conservation Commission writing letters saying, you know, low impact design, we're partially in the shoreline zone, less impervious cover. And then on the other side, the planning board, you know, you guys, and I understand, I think why, said, hey, we don't want the reduction. And I think it's because you wanted us to consider some changes, and that's what we did. But if there's a concern about the landscaping on the southern side, then give us the reduction. We'll turn all of those into landscaping. And, you know, that can be additional green space along that southern side. But it's not technically, in our opinion, required. Parking lot landscaping does not say you have to have it along the perimeter. And again, I think we could look at a lot of sites in town that have been approved through a site plan process just like this, where there's not landscaping that's shielding the parking area, shielding, blocking headlights. I mean, this is the airport back here, airport property. There's nobody living there. What are we buffering? What are we shielding? We would rather take the trees that are, you know, down here and put them, you know, out front, because I do think the lady that presented does have some points about the buffer in the front of the property because we enlarged it. So we do need some, her calculations are wrong because it's not 225 feet, but we are a little bit deficient there, and we would be happy to work with staff on making sure that we add landscaping there. And we would really hope that the board would consider parking reduction tonight, and because we can ultimately address some of the things that she's asking for that might not be required through, you know, that reduction. We're not before the board, and we've never been before the board asking for waivers due to expense. We're asking for the board to consider good planning. Good planning has a financial aspect, right? If we can save some money in pavement, maybe somebody can spend more money on landscaping and make a site, you know, nicer. Everything comes down to budget. I think we're all, you know, kind of fooling with each other if we don't think there's a fiscal side of every single project. It has to be economically viable. And that's why this project is proposing, you know, the density that we're proposing. But nonetheless, we meet the regulations. Intimidation of lawsuits has been nothing that I've presented. Nothing. I haven't brought anything up about intimidation of lawsuits. I think if that's been brought up at all, it's been brought up about the history of the project. In fact, I'm the one that doesn't want to talk about the past because I want this plan to go through a good review here before the board. I think this board has always done a good job in reviewing applications and making the right decisions. We're here tonight for the third time. 3 times in front of a planning board in Swanzey is a lot of meetings. You know, normally this board operates very efficiently. You know, I think there was votes taken at the last meeting for us to consider other building designs. We've done that. We've listened. We're trying to do the right thing, and we're hoping that we can get a conditional approval this evening. Timing is becoming critical with this project. The footprint increase, well, sure, absolutely. You can't come up and spend 2 hours talking about how you don't like the height of a building and you want it to be 2-story and 3-story with different height options and then be upset that there's an increase in footprint. That's a result of that revision. If the other plan was more efficient, which is why it was proposed in the first place. Smaller footprint, higher building, meets all the regulations from a building design standpoint, in our opinion. But this plan addresses concerns that were raised. So you have to accept the fact that there is a result, you know, to changing. We can't reduce the density to an unreasonable number. 74 units is where we're at now. We can still make the project work there, and so we're looking for the board to make a decision on that basis. Loading and unloading areas, normally that is only required in a commercial project where you get deliveries. Yes, there's going to be the occasional moving truck here, but again, we've also made statements that even if the board will generously consider the 94 spaces, we believe that's in excess of 20 spaces, ballpark of 20 spaces more than what is going to be required for this project, based on real numbers, real sites that have this use on them. So there's going to be room for moving trucks, you know, on this property. There's no issues with that. And then, you know, the conformance with the landscaping, I mean, I'm happy to go through all of those details. I think what's important here is, you know, we believe, we've done the calculations, they're on the face of the plan. We looked at them very closely based on, you know, the comments that came from the last meeting. We worked with staff. We believe we meet the numbers. If the planning board is all of a sudden going to going to change the way calculations are done, then this will be the first project that is reviewed under, in my opinion, and in my experience, is reviewed under that standard. And that would mean that we're being treated differently than other applicants. We have prepared this plan in working, again, with staff, and we think we meet all of those requirements, with the exception of along Old Homestead Highway. I think, without a doubt, you know, that point was raised, and I took notes. Because we widened that area, we didn't recalculate it and add, you know, additional trees in that location. We had a 20-foot buffer before. In fact, we had to make a modification to our original submission to increase that to 20 feet because staff caught that, you know, with the original proposal in their review of the project. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, but
The planning board members have any comments, or do they disagree with any of the points that Mr. Brandon made in his rebuttal? Yes, sir, Mr. Day.
I just had one question, Mr. Brandon. If you can tell me what the definition of public access is, since you mentioned that in the regulations we have to understand that and understand the argument on the 10-foot buffer around the building. So what is public access? Is that road only, or what is that?
well, my understanding of that definition is where the public travels. So the public is everybody, right? It's anybody in the public. The public doesn't have, like, there's nothing on this site that would attract the public. There isn't a service being provided. There's nothing for sale. There's nothing retail. So that regulation, if it was written, wouldn't say where there's public access. It would say around all sides of the building. There's clearly a difference between public access and a private site. This is a private site. You know, people are not just allowed to enter and exit unless unless you live here. I mean, nobody would have a reason to enter this site unless they were a tenant or unless they were looking for a place to rent. So, generally speaking, the public is everybody. So when you think about other sites that everybody might access would be, a supermarket, a pharmacy, any retail establishment would be a public, an area where any public member could go. Those areas would be required to have 10-foot landscaping around the entire access. And I would just point out that on this site, the only corners where we don't have the 10 feet is here on this southern portion, or excuse me, this western portion. We have 8 feet. I mean, we could get rid of the sidewalk there if that was desired, and we could have more than 10 feet at that point. But there's no reason for there to be landscaping there. And then if you look at the southern portion of the building, we meet it. We actually have 21 feet on the south side, which is landscaped, and then on the inside we have about 8 feet. So in combination, there's more than, well more than 10 feet of buffering between the property and the building. So that's the interpretation. On the south side, where you really can't see it unless you're utilizing the parking area, we do have landscaping through this zone. The south, I guess it would be the southwest side. We have landscaping through there, but that's my interpretation of the public, and that's the way the board has interpreted it. And I can tell you right now, no apartment building that we've ever done in town ever has 10 feet around all edges.
So I would just say to that, I would still argue that I would want clarification on what public access is, because we're still talking about that's my interpretation. But the response to the presentation was, we can't just interpret one thing, we have to understand the whole thing. So I still would argue that we need clarification on what public access is.
Well, we have to keep in mind that the site plan review regulations cover a broad range of uses. They weren't specifically done for multifamily. Site plan review regulations cover everything: warehousing, restaurants, any type of business and a lot of those businesses have public access. And that generally is what that generally is what that was designed Is that the public? That one's off too.
No, it was on, sir. Yep.
There we are. So the public has access to the business, public in and out, like a retail environment, or even a business that has employees that they are public, I suppose, and where they would access the building. And this is multifamily, which is, in my opinion, a bit of a different use there. So you'd have to apply where the public access would be on that building. And public access, to me, means that public has access to the building on that particular point, like a supermarket, like he had brought up, or any other business type establishment where the public is in and out all the time. So we have buffer zones right there and landscaping there. And that's what the planning board does. When the planning board looks at a specific site plan or something like that, when we have our deliberations, yeah, that's part of the deliberation can be to define, well, do you think this is a public access? Do you think it isn't a public access? And you compare it with other things. Yes.
I don't want to break up, but I thought you were done.
No, we're done. Yeah, we are done here.
How many square feet of God's green grass does this project have?
Of green grass?
Yes.
That's a little difficult to tell. What are you getting at? I mean, yeah, he'll tell us the amount, I'm sure.
I'm looking at the plot plan. Except for a little bit in the front and a couple of little indentations in the building, it looks like it's, for lack of a better word, all pavement, concrete, or building. I don't see anything that looks like green space.
Well, I don't believe there's a green space requirement. That's what I was looking for on the notes. If there was a green space requirement, we would have that calculation on the face of the plans. So I don't have that number readily available, but part of the reason why this plan looks like it's overly paved is because we would argue it is. It's got more parking than what we need. And so we're hoping that the board would allow us to reduce that pavement to some degree. So there's no green space requirement. So I don't have that calculation. I could see if I have the drainage calculations with me and see if it's in that report, but otherwise I would have to get that number back to Sarah. But I don't believe there's a site plan requirement that requires us to note that, which is why.
No, but grass is a landscaping.
Well, it doesn't address any particular standard in the landscaping because there's no minimum requirement. A lot of communities do have a green space requirement, and at that point, we would have that calculation on the face of the plan.
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Brannon while he's up there?
I do. So I've only been on the board since March, but I would argue that you said about treating this differently than other plan reviews, that all of the plan reviews that I've been involved with, that we do look into many of the points that Ms. Ames has brought up. So looking at the aesthetically pleasing relationship between the building and the natural surroundings. When we look at site plan reviews, we look at how would it look from the public, or what was the term? Public access. Yeah, public access. So looking at that and trying to find an aesthetically pleasing building site plan is part of what, in my experience, that we have looked at.
But thank you. And I would just say that part of tonight's meeting, and really our goal this evening, is to present a plan that is, taking a step in a direction that's addressing questions and requests to make the building a little bit more aesthetically pleasing by offering some other architectural elements. What I was primarily referring to with that, and if I don't mind me clarifying, was really the 10-foot of landscaping between around the building, and then landscaping along the perimeter of parking. And I think you can look at many site plans where, that wasn't assessed necessarily. Certainly, the aesthetics of the building is always something that we present and talk about. And I think the landscaping along Homestead Highway is something that we're willing to, make some revisions on, based on, that 200 square foot, requirement, and the fact that we did enlarge it. So part of the reason why we're slightly deficient there is we more than doubled the landscaped area that was previously there. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I don't disagree that there's discussions to that end. But we could, I could bring up many projects that have been done in the last, couple of years, certainly, where we just haven't gone through and evaluated every element. I think the board assesses it based on where it is. For example, the parking lot, where is it positioned? Parking is always, and a good planning element is to try to position parking behind the building. Why? Because buildings look better than parking. Right, so the building itself shields parking. A lot of planning concepts consist of locating parking behind building. So by locating it there, we've already accomplished a lot of goals and objectives that communities typically have. And then we talk about adjacent uses. We have a vacant lot on this side. We've got the airport on the west, the airport on the south, as it relates to the parking. So what are we buffering? It's a practical evaluation. So we would argue that we meet the requirements in the technical numbers everywhere else, with the exception of some trees being added here on this plan. And we've kind of vetted that with, through the we reviewed our calculations specifically with staff so that because we wanted to make sure we weren't missing something. And the answers were it's reasonable to count these areas in a parking, a parking landscaping design. And so that's what we did. Thanks.
I guess it seems to do that. There it is. It's on. Are there any other questions from the board on Mr. Brandon while he's up there? And if not, then Jane, did you? Yeah.
I'm still concerned about whether or not we're going to address this parking decrease or not. Are we set?
Oh, yeah, we're going to address it. He asked us if we'd reconsider it. We might as well address it if we're going to reconsider it or not. Let's address it right now since you brought it up. Yeah, appropriate to address.
I feel it would be a mistake to reduce it any further because I think people do have cars and will need cars living in this location. They're not close to anything. If you need groceries, you're going to need public transportation, and we really don't have enough public transportation. That's something else that we direly need in our area. And so I would certainly oppose reducing the parking any further. Another concern I have doesn't have anything to do with parking, and maybe it's because I can't see what you're pointing to up there very well, and that's all right because it's just a drawing anyway. But in my mind's eye, I have trouble accepting the shortened building, the end that faces south. There's nothing there, is there? Or am I just not seeing it? It's going to be facing the building that is the dinner table restaurant and their outdoor area during good weather.
And what do you mean? Are you talking about landscaping? What are you talking about there?
I'm talking about the face of that building on the southern side.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the rendering. And there, I don't see anything there. It's just a building wall. And when it comes to being aesthetically pleasing or attractive, I think it should have something to soften it. And if I lived in it, I wouldn't want to look right out at the dinner table all the time. Yeah, right down there. It looks like there's nothing there but the wall of the building. It's just there. Well, so how about some landscaping there? It would certainly make it look better. It would make it more pleasing to the, I'm thinking about the people that are going to be living in here, or you tell me are going to be living in here. And what?
I'm still trying to get my mic, continue, I can hear you, I'm still trying to get my mic to behave here. So, okay, I guess it's back on. So you're talking about landscaping on the south side and especially down where that two-story part of the building is.
Right, that's what I said.
Thank you. So that part of the building is right down there, correct?
It's this,
Toward the parking
Yep.
lot.
this portion here, so it's 2 stories here. You know,
So this right here is the drawing that is currently they're proposing. This is with all of the parking here, correct? Yeah, this is with all the parking, so let me get it around that side there. So, all right, parking lot there, there. So it shows the buffer zone there. So you're talking about you're talking about trees there then, right?
Yes,
Okay.
something, plantings,
Talking about
trees,
and
shrubs,
that-
bushes.
and that looks like a 20-some-odd foot area right there. It's 21 feet. Okay, you're talking about trees or plantings in that 21-foot area there. Okay. Mr. Brandon, would you like to address that, say whether that's doable or not, to put some
Sure.
trees in that area?
I mean, we can certainly add some, you know, some trees along, you know, that section through there if that's a concern. You know, that area, you know, through there now, there's not a lot of trees in that area, so we were trying to focus on, you know, the front side of the site. And as I said, you know, this plan shows the minimum amount of, you know, trees that we believe is required per your regulations. But if there's a concern like that, you know, we would be happy to add some trees, maybe like every 30 feet along there.
Her concern is that, yeah, there's nothing there now, but there's nobody living there now, looking there now. Her concern is looking the other way at the, what I guess, the airport buildings and whatever else. Your concern, right, is for people living in there looking out that way, not necessarily for people on the other side looking at the project, correct?
They're looking at Aviation Way.
So you're looking
Which
at, so
is just
that's
a
her
little
reasoning behind that,
roadway
is
that
for
goes-
the other way around, not
Right,
for.
and that's fine. We can add some trees there if that's the concern.
Well, I think it certainly would be more attractive, which is one of the goals.
Yeah, I mean, this revision was made to try to make the plan, soften the plan and address comments that were made, right? So we're kind of working through those revisions tonight. So I appreciate the feedback. We would be willing to add, say, 5 or 6 trees along that side to break that up.
Because it looks out at a public place.
Well, Aviation Drive's actually private.
Well, I drove down it, but I didn't know it was private. But anyway, it looks at the dinner table and their parking lot and Adams Furniture. And Adams Furniture is very tight on who parks in that parking lot, which is another reason I would be against cutting back on parking. Because if we have a snowstorm and people have to move their cars, they're not going to be able to move them over to the dinner table and Adams.
Right, but what we talked about at the last meeting, ma'am, that there's a management plan for snow removal at every property. And this board approved this same type of housing in West Swanzey with a parking reduction. And it's the same use here. We don't need that amount of parking. And so we presented data at our first meeting that talked about parking generation and parking need for this type of housing. We wouldn't be before you presenting a plan that's not going to work. It wouldn't be marketable then. We couldn't rent, my client couldn't rent space if there wasn't enough parking. If we had 94 spaces, the projection is we would have in excess of 20 extra spaces on this site. 74 units. That's what we have here. There's no need for 118 parking spaces, but we've proven it on the site, right? And I think I just want to clarify this because I think there's a misunderstanding. We've proven the site can support 118. So if there is a need, it can be built. What we're just asking, and it's an interesting discussion. We're just asking for the board to allow us to build less impervious area, which is consistent with what your Conservation Commission asked for. It's consistent with good design and practice. We don't need the waiver to get the project. We just want to move forward with good planning and good design. And so I want to clear your concern up by saying we can fit it. We've showed that it's there, and it can be built. The board could say as a condition, we would allow, we allow a reduction to 94 spaces, but if there is ever a need, the applicant shall have to build.
That's part of the zoning anyway. If we give you a reduction of 20%, you have to be able to show on the site plan where you can add those additional 20% later on, and it's already in there. It's implied and it's already written in the zoning, so.
Okay,
right, that would be
thank you
correct.
for clarifying that.
You're welcome. So,
I might be able to accept it if that condition was there, and if you're not paving it, if you could make it a pleasant place for residents to relax in the out of doors in good weather.
Well,
Because
it's
they
gonna
don't
be-
have that either.
Well, they do have that with this
What
new
do they
plan.
have?
There's an area on the south side of the building that's been created, adjacent to the community room, so they can come out of the community room into, an area with some seating. But certainly the back of the site will all be green space, the area that's not going to be built for parking. So if you build less parking, there's more area by default. That would be an area for people to enjoy.
so if you were granted the reduction, 20% reduction in parking, is that the drawing with your 20% reduction? Oh, you can't see it. All right. What I'm asking is,
Correct. So
that's the same one.
This is the plan that we submitted that shows that would be the 20% reduction. What I suggested earlier is that if the board, wanted us to provide, more green space area on the south side, we could not build these spaces and just build a few more off of that edge.
That's what I was getting at as far as the question, because then that would give a green strip all the ways back to the back of the building there for recreation or whatever. Do you see what he's talking about, though? Taking these out. Okay, all right. So, are you done with your questions for Mr. Rannon? You don't? Okay. Any other board members? Has to do with the parking or any of that? So we're addressing the parking right now, actually, the reduction in parking. So we're deciding whether or not we'd grant them the 20% reduction in parking, which is allowed in our zoning. And in doing so, again, to repeat it, if we did give them the 20% reduction, they would have to show where the 20% would be made up if they had needed it in the future. So, back to that. Any questions? I mean, not questions, any comments on that? It would give more green space and less parking area. And other than that, probably would make it look a little bit better. I would, yes.
I'm wondering if that space, according to our regulations, if that space needed to be reserved for parking.
Mr. Chairman, we cannot hear the person speaking.
I'll repeat. Oh, she's coming up to the microphone.
Okay.
You can come up.
Beverly, it's Victoria.
Okay, thank you.
So the question is, if those spaces are reserved for parking, would that then make it impossible to landscape them with anything other than just grass? In other words, it would just...
No, I
What
don't
would
see
it look
why
like?
it would. You're talking about whether they could plant trees in there or not, or
Yes.
whatever else. They could do whatever they want, because if it's needed for parking later on, then you take it out just like you would if the trees are growing there naturally. Any other questions or comments about the parking? Just come up to the microphone, please. Just identify yourself.
It's Ann Heffernan from 16 Houghton Point. Who makes that determination? So first of all, they will need services. You keep talking about how this is older people that are going to be living there. They're going to need services. So if they all just have one parking space or 1.8 or 0.8 or whatever the figure is, they're going to need services, Meals on Wheels, therapy, whatever it may be. What if they have family coming? They need to have parking spaces. So I don't know how you're going to make that adjustment. And if then you take away those parking spaces and they don't have enough parking spaces, who makes that determination and how does that change? Because it will dramatically alter the neighborhood when people are parking all over the place where there's no parking.
Well, to answer the question on who makes the determination, is the planning board makes the determination as to the reduction in the parking, whether it's granted or not, per the zoning ordinance. And I think, and if it needs to change back, well, you asked that as well. I was just answering the first question. If it needs to change back, it would be the land use and code enforcement officer would be the one to bring it to the planning board again if there wasn't enough parking there to accommodate the services and the other things that you mentioned as far as parking goes.
Beverly, it's Jay Ward.
Thank you.
Just one quick point here. Before you consider the parking reduction, I think you need to really revisit the amount of interior parking landscaping, because the site plan regulation talks about interior landscaping of the parking area, and we haven't really addressed that. We're debating, or we should debate, whether those side pieces that are exterior to the parking area count as part of the 10% of the interior of the parking lot. Because if he has to add more landscaping interior to the parking lot, it makes the whole parking configuration change, and it may not work to have, it's not clear where that parking reduction would happen.
Okay. All right. Let's, right now as a board, let's just get that right out of the way. This is the parking plan that we're talking about right here. This is a full parking plan without any reductions at all. And I don't know if anybody can see it, but on the corner areas, and I'll hold this upside down, but actually it's the corners here and here, if you like, yeah. It's the corners there and there is what we're going to decide whether we want to recognize as green space for the parking areas there. As well as, you know, this one, and this one, all combined to, thank you, for the green space parking area. Yes. There's also the landscaping on the west end of the building, back here? Oh, back there, okay, on the building, yeah, okay, yeah. The landscaping right there up tight to the building. Right there is included in that part of the green spaces, borders the parking lot right there, just like that one and that one does. So what are we going to do? It's green space, it's part of the parking area there. No comments? No? I don't see a problem with it. It's green space and it borders the parking areas there. And you've got islands inside there. I don't know why it shouldn't be included. Anybody tell me why it should not be included? Let's approach it that way.
Isn't the board?
No, you can't. The board is just discussing this, that's all. You can come up later. So what are we going to do? The corners should be included or not included? Or why should they not be included, or why should they be included?
I make a motion that we retain what we passed last meeting as far as parking.
Which is what?
The 118.
118 parking spaces.
Right.
Okay, we were talking about the green space in there right now to decide.
That would be part of you're asking for a reduction, whether we should be.
No, we can address the reduction, I suppose, in the same motion, but right now we're just clarifying what we're determining is the green space for that parking lot. Are we determining that only those 4 islands there constitute the green space, or are we determining whether the islands and these corner areas that are cut out of the parking lot there and that area there would add to the 10% of green space? And if they shouldn't, why shouldn't they? And if they should, why should they? And I don't know, you guys down there, you know what we're talking about, right? Okay. So, one way or another.
I feel that just the islands themselves are in the interior of the parking green space, and not the buffer around the buildings or
Okay, so
the buffer along the
you feel
edge.
just the island should be part of the 10% and not the outer part of the parking lot in there?
Yes, because
Be
those serve
considered
other
10%.
purposes. Those serve the buffer for the building as well as the, well, maybe not
Okay.
setback, but yeah, but.
That you think it should be that, okay?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I believe that anything except required side yards, required setbacks on the rear yard, count as interior parking because it's all building and parking lot.
Again, I'm not quite clear on what you're saying there.
Okay, we've got required side yard setbacks, correct?
Required side yard setbacks, you just said,
Okay.
correct? Yeah, okay.
Exclude that from landscaping. Required rear yard setbacks. Exclude that from landscaping. And then the big patch in the back there would be, in my mind, green space.
Let me just ask you this. Should these two areas be included in the 10% of the parking lot along with those areas there or not?
Two areas abutting the property line.
This one and this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Should, unless part of that is required setback, should not be included. The required setback should be excluded from including.
Okay, just a second.
Steve, I think you just said kind of what I did. Like just so the ones that are required for other purposes should not be included in that 10%.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Brandon, what do you say? Any of these down there, should they be included in the calculation or not? That's all we're deciding right now. Should these areas here be included in the calculation for the green space of the parking lot? No, okay. Steve already went?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, he said no, he didn't
Okay.
think they should be included.
Thank you.
Okay, and Michael York says no, and I've already said I don't see why not. Let's see, Richard Lane, what do you say?
No.
No? Jane Johnson?
No.
No, and you guys are no, both of you. I didn't get to you, did I, Michael? It's a no, okay. So it looks like the consensus of the board is that those two areas are not to be, or three areas actually are not to be included in the 10% green space calculation for the parking lot. Now you may,
Sure, so I would make the argument that this board has never made that determination on any project in the past, ever. And so now we are being treated differently than every application that has been brought before this board that I've presented. And I say that, so let's just practically look at this rear parking lot. If you only count these island areas, that's about 1,500 square feet. We would need twice that much, okay? Because we need about we need actually 360, so we need a little bit more than twice that much. Where would you put it? It's not a practical application of landscaping. If you're trying to take away there's no setback to parking along the back area. So why wouldn't you count the landscaping adjacent to parking? Interior, normally these bump-ins on the outside are considered interior because they come in on the edges. That's the way that calculation has always been determined. Always. So I don't know where you would put that. I can't put it on the end because that's not calculated based on your interpretation. So now we got to look at, let's put more islands in. So we would need 5 more islands. That doesn't seem like a very good parking concept. And it's interior, so it's not screening anything. It's not contributing to traffic safety. It's actually creating targets for plowing and hitting, because the parking lot's not big enough to require, center islands. So we're going to end out with 5 more islands interior based on that interpretation, which is not consistent with how it's been interpreted in the past. So now we're stepping into an area where I would say this project is definitely being treated differently.
Okay, thank you.
And so I just want to clarify that, because I'm hoping.
Those islands be just larger instead of more of them?
But they meet your requirements, those islands, the 200 square feet, because that's a pretty standard end cap island. So these are, over the 200 square foot size. But yes, you could make them bigger, conceivably. We could make those islands a little bit bigger. We didn't prepare that plan that way because we haven't run into this yet. I haven't run into this in a parking calculation for landscaping in my experience over the last 22 years. So it's a little unusual.
Okay, thank you. So you got something to ask Mr. Brandon who was up there? Oh, it's on, okay. So he brings up some good points. He's correct in some of those points. In my opinion anyways, it would be a poor layout of the parking if we were to add, or they were to add in 5 more islands in there. It's going to be tough enough snow plowing, I think, with just those 4 in there. Put more in there. But really, that's what you're saying that they have to do, because you're saying that nothing around the sides counts. So every green space at 10% has to be inside of that parking lot. So, and that's what you're sticking to, I guess, right? So I guess that's what the planning board, the consensus is of the board, is that you have to find a way to get and let me see, it was the 3,360 square feet of green space inside of that parking lot.
Okay, we would, assuming we go forward with that revision, we would likely make those islands bigger, because it's the only thing that would conceivably make any sense. And so we would ask the board include that as a condition of approval, hopefully.
Okay, yes, sir.
Jay Ward again, Beverly.
Okay.
I think I can help a little bit. The regulations say 10% or more of the interior of the parking area should be landscaped open space. This landscaping is in addition to any required buffer zone landscaping. So you could argue that those 2 cutouts on the south side are not required buffer, and they could be included, I suppose. I didn't think so at first, but the more I think about it, they might be included there. It's the side buffer on the building that couldn't, and that might be a little less you had to add, Chad, to the landscape.
And I appreciate you bringing that up, and if you don't mind me talking to that, Mr. Chairman.
That's what you were saying before.
That's what I was saying before, and in fact, the reason why that rear portion is allowed against the building typically is because it's not required, because it's not where the public takes. It's not along the public way, so we don't have a landscaping requirement technically along this side of the building, or that's what the interpretation has been in the past. So we've been allowed to count that area, similar to the buffering requirement not being required there. So we've been allowed to count those areas, and so we have to adjust with the board on some level, but this is just not what we've experienced in the past.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the board again on what was just brought up or reviewed? If not, I guess we'll keep on moving along here. Were there any other comments from the public on that parking part of it there, that green space? No, I don't think so. Oh, you, yeah.
Hi, Jeanette Broom, 6 Pitcher Point. So this is not, my comment is not specifically on that green space, but it's about the parking. So if you just look at the just do some simple math. If there's 63 one-bedrooms and they each have a car, that's 63. If there's 11 two-bedrooms, that's another 11 if they have one car, but more than likely, a two-bedroom apartment is going to have maybe two cars. So that's another 22, that's 85 spots. That's only, for the 94 spaces, only 9 additional spots. So I think the 118 is probably going to be more realistic, because even a one-bedroom apartment could have two cars. You know, you don't really know who's going to be moving in, so you have to have space for potential tenants. That was just my calculation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Franks.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Jack Franks for the record, Avanru Development Group. I think the one thing that everybody needs to take into consideration is 40 years of data. Okay, so we appreciate the comments about the parking, but 40 years of data from a state agency. And I don't think you can negate that or neglect it. The reason why we're here to ask for the parking reduction is because, again, we have 40 years of data. And I don't think that can be understated. This is a state housing agency that does this everywhere around the country, around the state, and their goal is to not overbuild. The whole idea here is to present more green space and to have as much area for green space that we can get, and to have the adequate number of parking spaces. And that's why we're here asking for that. It's 0.8 at these senior housing facilities. And again, it's 40 years of data. So we wouldn't be here without that data asking for this parking reduction. So please consider that, board members, when voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other thing that I'd like to add is that at our facility in Walpole, and we've had this discussion before, is that we had 2 parking spaces per unit there. We have a huge parking lot that's not used. So of the 43 units that we have there, 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms, and almost, I guess, about the same. We've got 14 2 bedrooms, and we have 29 1 bedrooms. We have a total of 39 cars for 43 units. That's 0.9 or so, which is about where we are. So the data that the state has is accurate, folks, and we don't want to overbuild, and we don't want to have empty parking spaces for no use. It just doesn't make any sense. I've got at Abenaki Springs right now, I've got 90 parking spots, and we've got 39 cars. It's not a good use of funds, and it's not good building practice. So please consider that as a professional in this industry, and somebody who deals with this every day. I rely heavily on the data that the state provides, and I should hope that in your process here that you would consider that data as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Franks. Any questions for Mr. Franks from the board members? Nope, I think so. So moving along here, we've settled the issue of the green space, I think. And now as far as the reduction in parking goes, they're still asking for that 20% reduction is what we're discussing right now. And does anyone have any comments on that? Do you want to table it and think about it? Do you want to go count cars down at the, what is it, the Page Elderly Home down there that they built on Route 12? What do you want to do as far as the parking reduction goes? Think about it, vote on it. What'll it be? You don't know? We can think about it then. We can still address it later on. So let's move along to just the general. You have something else on the parking, Mr. Brandon?
I'm just coming up anticipating questions, but I will say that we are going to need a determination on that this evening.
Okay. So as far as the layout, the new layout of the building they brought, does anybody see anything worse about it or wrong about it or good about it? What's the consensus of that? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
I would like to say that I think the new layout is much more appealing to the eye than what you had before. And I appreciate your being able to pull it together to that extent in that length of time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Day, what do you think about the new design?
Yeah, so I agree with Ms. Johnson that the aesthetic design is definitely better. I also agree with what Steve Malone said about the amount of green space on this property itself is rather limited. In the entire property, almost the entire bit is either building or a parking lot.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vertigo?
I think overall, yeah, the changes are good. It does look much better. I still go back to Victoria's concern. I still want clarification on the definition of public access in order so we can make a decision on the 10-foot buffer around the building. It's got to be somewhere in the regulations, and if not, then we got to figure it out. So.
Okay, yeah, pretty much we're the ones that clarify that. There are regulations. And we've heard from Ms. Johnson. Mr. Lane?
Although the building being presented to us tonight is of drastic change and more aesthetically pleasing from the street, I still have difficulty rationalizing why it has taken over 2 years of this applicant to try and do something that is it would show benefit to the neighborhood and be more pleasing to the neighborhood and in tune with the surrounding buildings and homes. It baffles me that it's taken this long to do that. And again, I'm still not totally satisfied with the complex as it is presented.
Okay, thank you. I think part of that 2 years was used up in the appeals to the court for ZBA. But my opinion of it, I think they've worked very hard to accommodate what we asked them to do. And it does look, I agree, it does look much better from the street. Actually, it looks much better from all angles, from where I could see for the renderings there. And I think they're trying to work with us. And you are up next, Mr. York.
I agree, and I appreciate them trying to come back and listen to the community as far as the appearance of those buildings. If we could add those trees on the south side by the dinner table, I think that would enhance it also.
And Mr. Malone.
It is clear that a lot of time was put into improve the plans, but it's easy to improve upon a bad plan to begin with.
And Mr. Self.
I agree with the rest of you guys. They've worked really hard, taking what the public said into consideration. It definitely does look better than it did, for sure. They're willing to work with us on greenery and trees and stuff like that, so it's a plus.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I think we're in agreement that the applicant did a great job of, in a short time, I might add, of bringing these plans in. Now, I might add that the land use board hasn't had a long time to go over these, neither has the planning board either, but the land use especially hasn't had a long time to go over any details of it. And I know that you didn't have time to do a lot of the details. Drainage plan, I think you mentioned utilities plan has changed a little bit. But anyway, all in all, the board, yeah, I think is in consensus that it's a much better design of the project. So still, we have an unresolved issue, which is the parking. And I think we've all heard from everybody about the parking. We need to hash that out as to, you know, whether we're going to make them put the 10% of green space in that parking area and somehow reconfigure it, or if we're going to reduce the amount of parking in there to the 20% that they're allowed. So those two issues we need to straighten out. I know we had a consensus, we didn't have a vote on it, but we had a consensus about what green space should be added in there, what shouldn't be included. And if we're all still in that same consensus, then they would have to do their best to see if they could get the 10% within islands in there. My opinion, again, as you know, it would not help the workings of that parking lot any to increase those island sizes in there. And let's see, what else? The reduction too, we have to talk about that. So consensus in the reduction, do we want to grant them a reduction? And again, with the reduction, they would still have to show where the extra parking spaces would go if they were needed later on, or no reduction at all. So I think we've talked about it, had a consensus. Anything new to say about it from the board members here about the parking? If not, we need to have a motion one way or another whether we're going to grant them that reduction or not. So I'm willing to entertain a motion on yes, grant it, or no, do not grant it. Anybody?
I make a motion that we maintain the 118.
Okay, a motion by Richard Lane to maintain the 118 parking spaces as shown on the drawing here. Is there a second? Seconded by Jane Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Then all those in favor indicate by saying aye. And all those opposed, and I'm opposed to that one. So we've decided that the parking stays the same, and it also looks like, unless someone disagrees, it looks like you're going to have to work on a way to get the, and I think it, let me just read that again, because your calculation was on the plat here.
Mr. Chairman, may I just interrupt because it was a motion? So you have 1 opposed and 4 in favor, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. And we have to, go ahead. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, you're correct. Yeah, 5. It was 5 that was in favor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And the 10%, calculated 10% is 3,360 feet. And we're going to ask them to make that up in the interior of that parking lot, correct? Board members? Okay. So.
Mr. Chairman. Can we get a roll call on that vote, please? I'm sorry.
Roll call on the vote for the parking reduction, correct?
If you don't mind, yeah.
Okay, a roll call for the vote. I can just name them off if that was okay with you. Okay. Mr. Day was a yes. Ms. Johnson was a yes. Mr. Lane was a yes. Scott Self was a no. Mr. York was a yes. And Mr. Brandon Self was a yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So now getting back to the green space and that type of it, we can conditionally approve these plans tonight with that being one of the conditions about them bringing back for a green space. If that were a condition amongst other conditions, anyways, that one, they would have to have a compliance hearing. They'd have to come back before the board at some point when they get that done, so the planning board can see that as what they wanted and give final approval then. That would not be administrative. Another condition that was mentioned were trees on the south side. And that meaning the south side was to the rear of the building where that 2-story building was. We spoke about trees between, in that green area, between that building and the businesses on the other side of it. And we also spoke about trees along Route 32 in that buffer that is between the residential zone and this project here, adding more trees in there.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Before we start talking about all these things, like a bunch of different other possible conditions, can we, possibly finish up? Like we had talked about the interior landscaping for the parking. We never had a motion or we kind of verbally agreed upon it, but we did not fully define it, I guess. And then before we start going over, I think there might also be additional members of the public that would like to still speak before
Yeah.
we can start talking about all the other things.
Okay, well, public hearing is still open, so
Yep.
we haven't closed it
Okay.
yet. So what you're asking is that the planning board decide for them about the green space interior there?
Yes, and I think I might
and
have
I
I think I might have an idea or compromise that might be, make
let,
better sense.
let's hear it, let's hear it.
So when we talked about what would count as, correct me if I'm wrong on this, the interior landscaping, and so we excluded, as a consensus, not as a motion, a lot of the things that could be included as other landscaping needs. If there were some other landscaping, and I guess it wouldn't be interior with the parking spaces, but in addition, like, again, if there's additional green space that's near the parking area that could count as the 10%, I think.
You know, and actually, why wouldn't that be these then, right here? They are right, they're right there, those corner pieces that we, I mean, pretty much by consensus excluded. Those are near the parking area.
Where the snow storage
No,
space is
nope,
on this plat?
this is right, let me stand up. It's right there and right there. The parking lot normally would come, say, square, 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 like so. They've taken that, cut that corner out of there. And technically, in my opinion, that's the interior of the parking lot. It would have been the interior. But anyways, we excluded that green space there and that green space there. And again, that's there we're talking about, and there is what we're discussing. Let him finish. You want to clarify something? Okay, go away with it.
And that was the question I raised in my statement. Sorry, Beverly, it's Victoria again. It wasn't, I said that I presumed that there were no elements of landscaping shown in some of these areas, including the ones that the chair just talked about, because you probably hadn't had time to fully develop a landscaping plan for those areas. Are we to consider what is on that drawing, the complete landscaping area, landscaping plan for those areas? In other words, not showing many trees or maybe one tree in one of those corners, I can't remember, but they're not fully landscaped out in the same way that I think you conventionally would say as you did along the front of the building. Are you done there is what I'm asking.
Right, I know what you're asking. So we did add additional landscaping down here in the areas that we were counting as landscaped. This is not technically an island, so you don't need to meet the 2 trees per area, but if, you know, and obviously, you know, it's kind of a fluid discussion. We have agreed to add some, you know, trees along this southern line to improve, you know, that landscape. The parking calculation for the rear parking lot, and I guess just to kind of go over it again from our standpoint, we counted these islands, you know, the 5 islands, and we counted these areas that we felt nosed into the parking area.
Fifth one right there.
Ultimately, I heard something, sorry. These areas ultimately will help landscape and buffer that parking area because of their placement. There's no specific requirement for these locations, but if the board felt that we needed to add, you know, a little bit more landscaping there, we certainly could entertain that. But we feel like these areas should be added to the green space or the landscape requirements for the parking. That's what we included in our calculation. We also counted this area here because we don't believe that area is required in any of your other, required to be landscaped in any other area. And it's immediately adjacent to the parking lot. In fact, as was stated by, you know, some of the public testimony, the parking lot, you know, generally is you know, the landscaped areas are curbed or adjacent to a walkway. This is a sidewalk here along this section, and so we're landscaping against the building there. It's really integral and part of the parking lot. Everybody that parks is going to walk on that to get to the building. So it is a landscaping component in that parking lot, in our opinion. So we squared this whole area off and counted, you know, those zones. And if you count those, we meet the parking, or we meet the landscaping requirement. If you don't count an aspect of that, we just need to modify the landscaping plan, you know, in some way to meet what the board interprets. Our job is to prepare a plan that meets your ordinance, and your ordinance is always a function of how you've interpreted it in the past, which is why we meet, you know, with staff, and we do our best to present a plan that meets your regulations. We do our best to present a plan based on history and how it's been, you know, enforced in other projects. So those areas have been counted numerous times on other projects because of the same reasons that I just presented. I don't know if that answers the question or not, but I hope I did. And if I didn't, please let me know.
I don't think we remember the question. It's been a while ago there. Anyways, getting back to it, Mr. Day, we're still discussing, actually what Mr. Brandon was just discussing, the inclusion of those two areas there. We've been back and forth on that, back and forth on it, whether it should or shouldn't be added into for green space for that parking lot. And were you done with your comment on it? And let's see. That brings us down. We were discussing the landscaping part, yeah, and general provisions for, okay. Well, and you're still out there, Mr. Brandon, so are you going to introduce new plans for like a new utilities plan and a drainage plan for this site here as well? I'm just getting what might be straight for, if it were conditional approval tonight, those things would have to be as a condition to see, like I said, the land use office has not seen, I don't think, detailed drawings of a changed drainage plan or a changed utilities plan coming in there.
So the drainage plan, we did modify the chamber system with this, the layout of the chamber system, but everything's the same in that we had an access coming down this north side. We had parking on the north side. That access way got a little bit wider. It was 20 feet before. We went to 22 feet along this section. So the green space actually, enlarged on the south side, but all of the stormwater is still getting collected through the closed drainage system and the curbing that we talked about before and routed to this chamber system. And this, just like, many other projects that we've presented before you, this will require an alteration of terrain permit. So that detailed drainage design will be submitted, to the state for review and approval. But the plan and the design is essentially the same. Now, we submitted just this site plan for review, but we, certainly, just like any other project, we'll have to provide the complete plan set, for final sign-off. And that plan set will ultimately be reviewed and approved by the state shoreline permit, as well as the alteration of terrain, Bureau. From a utility standpoint, it's really pretty simple. We had the sewer connection on the north side. That's the same. The only thing that changes is we had the water coming in on the south side, and the water design's very simple. It's 6.5 feet deep, and now it's going to be on the north side of the site, and it will terminate in the hydrant back here. It terminated in the hydrant on this side. It's the same design. We're just shifting it to the north side, meaning same size line, same connection to the building, terminating in a hydrant is the same. And so, that would be, a plan that we do have to finalize, and we're happy to do that as a condition as well.
Okay, your chambered drainage system there, is that going to be affected? You're going to have to change that again if you enlarge those islands in there.
We will not have to change it because basically what we're doing, if we have to enlarge those islands, the islands can exist above the chamber system. And the islands, if we just make them twice the size, then we probably will be really close to that number. So they might have to get a little bit bigger than that. But the chamber system can exist below, those islands and below the curbing and so on. So that's not going to present an issue.
So roots aren't a problem. Roots aren't a problem for those systems.
Not typically. We will do, root barriers on occasion. And certainly if the island is twice as big, it doesn't mean that we have to add, a great deal of landscaping because the requirements are still the same number of trees per area or per island. So it's, the landscaping is actually probably the same. It's just a larger island. So we'd probably reposition them and maybe add a few shrubs in there as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, now getting back to the plan here. Are there any other questions about that, what we were just discussing there, about the drainage part of it? It looks like, they didn't have time to do the detailed drawings of the drainage system there or the utilities, but again, that would have to be submitted to the land use board, and that could be a condition of an approval as well as these other things we discussed. So moving on along, other than the parking, I think we resolved that. Other than the landscaping part of it, it looks like that's been resolved. Other than the roof line, it looks like they came in with a good plan, and that's been resolved. We have addition of trees in the front, addition of trees on the south side. Anything else anybody can think of? Because if not, I think we've pretty much looked this. Yes, Mr. Lane.
Just in reference to your roof line, I believe I heard you say that the reason you went to a two-story in the back was FAA, okay? Did they also require the fact that you're going to have to put red marking lights on the top of your center portion of the building?
We should not have to do that because the center portion of the building is still below the glide slope. So we've positioned that so that we still adhere to the FAA standards. The only time you normally have to do beacons or is if you're actually penetrating the glide slope, and so normally we try to avoid that.
Any other questions on that airport? No, none from the board?
Do we still want to talk about the buffer that was brought up before around the building? I don't think that was discussed.
And which buffer is that around the building? The one in the back in the parking lot there?
The 10-foot buffer that we had spoken about that went around the building, and our discussion on what is considered public access.
Yep, we can discuss that.
So
What would you like
when
to?
we're talking, well, if we haven't, the town of Swanzey hasn't defined it, so then we need to figure out what the definition is or where it is from Swanzey, since we're being told that we can't interpret regulations the way we are.
We aren't being told that. The site plan review regulations are the board's own regulations, and we can interpret those, but we cannot interpret or waive any of the zoning ordinances.
So then public access, now I'm just, an old grunt, so what do I know? But public access from Law Insider tells me that means access where community-based, non-commercial organization groups or individual members of the general public are able to access a spot. So it's not talking about stores. So yeah, I want to know what we're considering that. And what are we going to do about the buffer?
Okay, show me where the general public is going to enter there, and then we'll discuss what the buffer should be right there.
Can I just add one thing, Mr. Chairman?
You can.
And just
Yep.
for clarification in context, again, that section starts with landscaping between adjacent buildings, and we don't have an adjacent building on the west side. So the item number 3 starts with landscaping between adjacent buildings. So there's no building there. So I think that one could say that, it may be a point where you don't have to debate the public access topic at this point, but there's no adjacent building to the west. And so there's no need for that criteria to be met.
I see your point, yep, okay. And would you like to carry on with that? No?
I don't know if I need to further carry on with it, if that's up for discussion with the board.
Yeah, the board that's what we're here for, discuss it.
Mr. Chairman, was that Mr. Day speaking just now?
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have
Thank you.
recognized him. Oh, no, sorry, no, it wasn't, no. Mr. Vertigo.
It was Mr. Vertigal. Thank you.
Vertigo.
Vertigal, yes.
Vertigo, I got it. Okay, moving along. What else are we missing here as far as discussing? Yes, sir.
Again, it's Jay Ward. Chad, you answered my questions very well about the drainage plan before. I was really pleased with the thoroughness of the drainage plan. I'm concerned about the southeast corner that now is vegetated. You know, in the plan before, there was parking area, that the water was going to funnel down into that corner into a catch basin that was a state-owned catch basin up near Route 32. Are you assuming that all the water that comes into the front of the building is going to be absorbed by the vegetation and go into that still? Or is there, in other words, it seems to me there has to be some modification of your drainage plan to explain that.
Yeah, so just to explain this area here.
Yeah.
So this area here will still be shaped so that any of the drainage will tie into the closed drainage system and be routed to the back of the site.
It'll be sloped to that.
Absolutely.
But
we have to do that to meet local and state standards, because we can have no increase in runoff off the site.
So my point was that the southeast corner in your plan before was routed to the front, not the back. And I just wanted to be sure that was still the plan.
So
that corner right there.
Corner here, no, this is actually going to be captured and routed to the back.
Oh, it is now.
Yeah, because we don't have to drain to the catch basin out front, because we don't have a pavement surface. Tying into that area.
That's right. That would be a change in your drainage plan that I didn't hear before. So that's what I'm asking.
I mean, the majority of the drainage. So we had a very, very small area.
Yeah.
And if you remember me talking about it, like very small area of that front entrance that went to this catch basin here, because we're so close to it, it has to, right? It's the low point. Yeah. The rest of the site drained back along the curb line to the area in the back. This whole side here will be reshaped and landscaped, you know, as agreed with the board, and that will come back here into this.
Understood.
Into that chamber system.
And you just remember, my concern is that right there on the other side of 32 at Houghton Point, there's a big puddle every time it rains. And I just worried about the drainage there in particular, but you've answered my question. Thank you.
Yep. Good question.
Yes.
Beverly, it's Victoria again. I think I'm seeing, and I don't think I heard you address this tonight, that you are calling for a modular block retaining wall on both the northerly and southerly sections of the rear parking area. Could you explain that?
Sure. So this area here and this area here, there will be it's basically a 2 to 3 foot modular block that is constructed along that edge to allow for the parking area and really to accept the drainage. We're cutting in a little bit on the high side, and we're a little bit high on the south side. We were looking at you know, modifying that area potentially, but we were hoping to do that as part of the parking reduction. So that is required, and we've done that on a number of projects. It's pretty standard use of material in that location.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board on those two retaining walls? Pretty much straightforward out in the plans there. And I believe it's because of you having the parking in the roadway on the other side, parking on this side to retain that, so you can, it'll stabilize it, okay?
Day. Is that going to be, what is the height of that wall? Just approximately, or? I'm just thinking of,
You mean the height of the wall, or?
yeah, of that.
I think it's at 2 to 3 feet.
Yeah, it's 1.5 feet on the south side and 3 feet on the north side.
Great, thank you.
Small.
Okay, and any other questions about that wall? I guess not, not seeing any, so as far as I can see, we're getting close to closing the public hearing unless there's other questions. I know, I'll get to the public part of it here. But, you know, before we close the public hearing, the public has a chance to speak here one more time. So anybody in consensus with that? Anybody have an objection to if we close the public hearing tonight? No? Let me hear from you, miss.
Hi, Jeanette Groom, 6 Pitcher Point. So I just had a comment, or question rather, on the design of the new buildings, and I certainly want to compliment the developer on softening the architecture. That was really very helpful, and also lowering the to 3-story and 2-story. The 4-story in the middle is still quite obstructive, and not really, in my opinion, harmonious to the neighborhood. And I think just looking at the picture, I didn't understand why the middle large, high building was different colors. I know it's a flat roof, but why is it different colors? It makes it stand out even more. So I was wondering about the design of that. And I know that from my own background in design, that when you use white, it makes it stand out even more. So I was wondering if it just seems like your own development is not harmonious to itself, to me. So it seems like the whole complex should blend in with itself and not have that highest building stand out with different colors. So that was my main question.
Sure. So the goal of this design was to actually give it different perspective and make it look like potentially 3 buildings kind of blending together. And, you know, I'm assuming if the board wants the colors to be the same, we would be happy to carry the same colors throughout the site. But it was intended to offer you know, different dimensions and you know, different architectural features. So that's a design that we wanted to carry forward. I mean, we often work on projects where, you know, each building has a little different component and it offers a little dynamic, you know, throughout a project. And, you know, that was the goal and that was the intent. And, you know, we're certainly open to, you know, if the board wants us to use the same, you know, color scheme throughout, I'm sure we would not be opposed to that. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Franks, and he indicated that he's not opposed to that. So if you wanted us to carry the same color scheme on the front and back building to the middle one, we would be happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. You had something, Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I agree with what she said. I hadn't really seen enough of it to notice, but if you want something to disappear, you make it darker. And if I wanted that to disappear, if I wanted it to be less obvious, I would make it the same color as the bottom 3 window levels. And then that top wouldn't show as much as you approach the building. Okay?
Okay.
You understand?
I mean, everybody has an opinion, so we're
I'd like to say something else that's been wearing on my mind too. A couple of times you have said we are being treated differently. I think that you have been treated differently. It's taken a long time, but this is quite a different project. And the size of this project, on the size of the lot that it's situated on, and in the area that it is situated, it's so different from anything else around there. And I think that's why it seems that you've been treated differently. I think you've done a fantastic job, Chad. I don't fault you at all. I wouldn't want your job. And hurrah for you, but I would make the top of that building darker.
Thank you. Anybody else? Now, we're getting ready to close the public hearing, and that means that we'll no longer take public testimony after we do that, and you can listen to the board deliberate over what we're going to do. So now's your chance for your commentary.
This is Jay Ward, Beverly. I have some closing remarks that have to be modified just a little bit because the developer came back with a change project, which is really nice to do so. I want to applaud them for listening to us and trying to appease what our concerns were. But there were a few things said at the last meeting that I need to address, and then I need to sort of sum up where those of us in the community stand at this point. Last meeting, and again at the beginning of this meeting, the developer argued that harmony factors cannot include non-conforming uses. They should not be used to determine harmonious design. That's the quote that I'm quoting from the minutes of the last meeting. Now, it's hard to believe that this development can be approved without considering what's nearby in the neighborhood, non-conforming or not. This argument implies that the dwellings on non-conforming lots do not legally exist, are somehow not affected by the proposed development, and that their residents are excluded from being interested parties. This is an attempt to justify ignoring the fact that the proposed building is so obviously different in size and appearance to the neighboring structures. Moreover, the structures on the non-conforming lots were not non-conforming uses when they were originally built. The proposed development does not conform to the current zoning laws now, before construction has even begun. As soon as the building is constructed, assuming the planning board gives approval, it also will be a non-conforming use. It will be another non-conforming use amidst others. It seems more than reasonable to allow a determination of harmonious design to include the entire neighborhood surrounding this non-conforming project. I'm going to skip this part. So, for a good many of us, it's been a 2-year journey, and we've learned a few things. We learned from the court, along with the zoning board, that our comments about the size, appearance, and incompatibility of the proposed building were not applicable to the question of whether the proposed use of the site as a multifamily dwelling was injurious, obnoxious, or offensive. Our comments about the size, appearance, and compatibility of the proposed site plan could not be considered by the zoning board, but we were told that they would be more appropriately aired in front of the planning board, and for this reason we brought them to you. Please note, the zoning board could not and did not consider the harmony and compatibility of the project compared to existing site and neighborhood, which is from your regulations. The zoning board only approved the use of the site for a 76-unit multifamily dwelling for residents 62 and older. The planning board decides how an approved use may be implemented by the developer. The fact that the use has been approved by the zoning board does not mean that any proposed architectural and landscaping plan is acceptable. Just because a site plan satisfies the zoning regulations does not mean that the site plan should be approved. It must also meet the site plan review regulations. We think after all the testimony and presentation you've heard, the question before you boils down to the harmony and compatibility of the project compared to existing site and neighborhood standard. It's in your regulations. It seems as though this standard was specifically added to the site plan review regulations for just such a case as this one, where the zoning regulations have been met, but the harmony standard hasn't. When Mr. Bannon asked under what regulation you were asking them to provide plans including a pitched or mansard roof, it was this standard which applied. We also learned from the experience with the zoning board that each site should be considered as a unique site, and that comparisons with other sites could be problematic. The court pointed out to the zoning board that they could not compare the proposed use to other special exceptions for multifamily housing that had already been approved. Similarly, the planning board should not compare these plans to projects built in other neighborhoods. This project is being built at 115 Old Homestead Highway, not in the woods near the Nanotech building or on Route 10 or Route 12. The question is whether this plan, as proposed, fits into the 115 Old Homestead Highway neighborhood. Okay, that I don't need to say. And I just want to say in closing, we want to say that we are proud of our neighborhood, we're proud of our town, and we're proud of all of you who've patiently listened to us even though some of our comments have been repetitive and not helpful. We feel we've been heard, and we thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your participation. Yep, we have another member of the public.
How you doing? Bob Dropa. I'm 31 Water's Edge. I'm talking about water quality. I don't know if you with all due respect to the state's approvals and whatever, we're an independent organization. It is run by the state. You familiar with the VLAP program? Voluntary Lake Assessment
No.
Program.
Oh, I know. I remember the name. Yeah. You can hold the mic. You don't have to bend down like that. You can just hold it up. You can hold the mic up.
Down. I've been sitting all day.
All right.
By the way, you guys need tans. Just want to say that. Anyway, we've been doing the water testing here for a few years. You realize what's been happening in the last few years. We did the lower dam a few years back, and that required us to lower the water for an entire season. It wreaked havoc with the vegetation management. We've got burrweed, tapeworm, bassweed, we've got topweed, and now we have cattails. Our job is to measure the water quality, get it evaluated by the state, and come up with solutions. We're going to institute a Lake Smart program this year to try to evaluate runoff from properties both on the lake and adjacent to the lake. I want you to be aware of that. And now we're going to work on the upper dam, which is going to further accentuate the problem. I can't say in any way that your project is going to affect that. It looks like you have a great drainage system. I can't say that. I can say this, that if you don't build it, it won't have an effect. I think you need to consider that when you look at unique problems in your code. Because
Mr. Chairman, I cannot hear this gentleman.
Oh, sorry. Would you bring the microphone closer, please?
First of all, I'm not a gentleman. But anyway, seriously, I think you need to put that into the equation of unique problems, because that's a great body of water. We've been fighting it for a few years and working with Sarah Steiner and Lisa Marks at the state, trying to come up with a program to get rid of some of this stuff that has been growing sort of out of control. Again, I think you have a great plan. I love the building. But I have to say it because it's my job to talk about this, and I think it's important for you guys to consider that. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all I got.
And Mr. Brannon, you had a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to address some things from the prior speaker, and then just on this one for water quality. Certainly the alteration of terrain permit addresses water quality through the 401 Clean Water Act. I think the program that gentleman is talking about is a great program. The watershed for this project will not be flowing to Wilson Pond, so we're not going to have a negative impact at all in that area. In fact, we won't have a negative impact because we will be capturing and infiltrating all of our water, on site. So I just wanted to touch on that. But on the prior speaker, I do want to just address a couple things. This use is conforming that we're proposing. We are not a non-conforming use. It was an approved use by special exception. Any use that is allowed by special exception is a permitted use by right if you meet certain criteria.
I think he was referring to density. I think that's what he was talking about.
Okay,
I don't mean to interrupt
technically
you.
we meet that too because we're grandfathered and under the.
But I mean, I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay. But we're not a grandfathered property. We followed the regulations that existed in 2000, in 20. And so the reality is that the adjacent zone is called out clearly as a transitional zone. Clearly, the town regulations have defined this property, our property, as a property that is allowed to have increased density. We're on a highway corridor, and I touched on a lot of this, but you have to say it in addressing some of those comments. And I'm not sure I want to focus on the court necessarily, but I do have to, since it was brought up, I do have to make a couple statements as it relates to that. The zoning criteria the special exception criteria clearly has been tested and upheld, through an appeal process. That criteria, the first item of that criteria does touch on some harmony elements. The court did use other properties specifically in the assessment. So I mean, we need to make sure that information on the record is correct. And so I wanted to just touch on that.
Do you know, sorry, do you know where those properties were off the top of your head, or no? It's okay if you don't.
And you're talking about the variance, is that correct?
Well, if you said the court used other properties as a comparison, what do you?
But the variance has been decided on.
Okay, just, okay.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying a point where, it was stated that other properties were not used, and in fact, they were in the assessment and ultimately the ruling from the court. And I wasn't part of, to be completely honest, I wasn't part of the zoning process. And so I've spent the better part of the last 4 or 5 months trying to have a really strong and reasonable approach to a planning process. And so nobody, was looking for, I think, a 2-year process. And this is the venue for presenting and talking about aesthetics. So any comments relative to, it's nice to see, some improvements to the project now. Well, this is where it happens, when it comes to designing a building and doing that. That's what the planning board, generally reviews and approves, hopefully. So I'm happy to be here and to be part of this project. I think there is a need, a clear need for this type of a use. On my personal side, my wife is very involved in the community, and there is a housing need. And so there's been a lot of statements said about, people maybe this not being desirable. I don't agree with that. I think that this is going to provide a very good home to a lot of people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, before I close the public hearing, I have another speaker up here.
Rachel Elkins, 3 Pitcher Point. I think the new design is much better, but I can't help but say that the board should address the fact that if they can reduce this design, then they could just make the whole thing 3 stories, apparently, and still achieve the number of units that they have. And it would be much better and much more harmonious with our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. If we're going to discuss it, you need to have their mic on so Beverly can hear us discussing.
To answer the statement, I think Mr. Bannon may have addressed this already, that if you were to continue a 3-story building all the way to the back, you'd be in violation of FAA regulation for the glide path. That's why they have a 2-story in the back, unfortunately.
The building was closer to the road at that point.
Yeah, the building was more compact and did not extend that far back into the property when it was all 4 stories. So, and honestly, we're at the break point in density to make this, this project viable. It's a 62 and older development. You have to have density for that type of a project. So, we've done the best that we can to hear all the comments and to make changes. And I think that we've talked about that a lot tonight. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. One more, yes, sir.
So I just want to thank the board for listening to us, as I stated earlier, and your patience. I do want to just say, inharmonious to the community would be this proposed facility. It would be a blatant eyesore, a harsh, jarring-looking building, towering over everything around it, an out-of-place and ill-matched structure in contradiction to the structures around it. It's simply not a suitable location. I would hope the board recognizes that to be the case. see how much I'm sparing you from reading. An incorrect decision would be a stain on our community for generations to come. It would be a horrific precedent that the town would have to deal with. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to close the public hearing. Any board members disagree? If not, then I'm going to close the public hearing, and that means we've taken all testimony from the public and from the applicant, and the board is going to deliberate what we've learned and what we see. So, we can go over a list of conditions for approval. We can deny it. I don't see that we should. They've worked pretty hard to bring something in that would be more pleasing to us and a little bit more harmonious to the neighborhood, I would say. So let me just read a list of conditions if we were to approve the board tonight. And again, these conditions, most of them, they would have to come back in front of our board for a compliance hearing once they've met those conditions for a final approval. So we've discussed trees along Route 32, that's in the front of the building. And another condition would be trees on the south side, and that was in the rear of the building, that rear two-story building, between that and the, I guess it's the business, it's the restaurant on the other side. They would have to bring in a new landscape plan because the landscape is going to change if they're going to change that parking area there. New drainage plan, they've gone over it, but they do need to bring those plans into the land use office so code enforcement can see exactly what's going on with that. And the planning board has to approve a final drainage plan anyways under a condition. New utilities plan or utilities on one of those plans at least. And let's see. The FAA permit, they need an FAA permit, they need a NHDES sewer connection permit, NHDES shoreland permit, and NHDES alteration of terrain permit, which we discussed a little bit. Town of Swanzey sewer permit, they would need that. Access permit from the Swanzey Public Works Director, which is access. Town of Swanzey building permit, of course. Approval from the airport manager, I don't know if that's really a permit, but, probably a new DOT or amended DOT driveway permit because they've changed the entrance there. And let's see, I think those were all of the conditions or proposed conditions that we have discussed tonight. One other thing that's not a condition, but we need to touch on, and that would be building color we were talking about. Ms. Johnson suggested that gray color in the center just be carried all the ways up to the top floor of that building as well. Any comments from the board on that?
I think she was talking about the all three of the buildings being the same.
And she was talking about the center, the 4-story building on the center of it, the 3-story. So what she suggested is that just be the gray all the way up to the top, correct? That's yes. Right. Okay. And I think that's probably a good idea. It looks okay that way, but yeah, I think it'd look fine the other way. And I think the rest of the color combinations and, of course, the addition of the roofs, pitch roofs, and the 3-story in front, 2-story in back, good changes there. So I think we're in consensus. We don't need a motion or anything on that. That does not need to be in condition, I don't think, unless you want to put it as a condition. Yeah, I guess it should be in condition.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, which one is that last condition?
I'm sorry, that last condition would be that the center 4-story building be gray from the bottom floor all the way up to the top.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else have any conditions that we may have missed or been discussing tonight? And if not, then a motion to approve with those conditions would be in order. And just let me read those conditions again before we actually have a motion. The conditions are to add trees along Route 32, that's the front of the building, and trees along the south side. And again, to clarify, the trees along Route 32, they would have to come up to the number required there, because I think they're below the number required of trees on the front, so it would have to come up to the number of trees required, okay? Trees along the south side, we didn't come up with a number. It was just landscaping in front of that two-story building just to break them from the business on the other side. A new landscaping plan, because that has changed. New drainage plan, because that has changed. New utilities plan, because that has changed. And for the permits they would need alteration of terrain permit, FAA permit, NHDES sewer connection permit, NHDES shoreland permit, NHDES alteration of terrain permit, Town of Swansea sewer permit, access permit from the Swansea Public Works Director, Town of Swansea building permit, and approval from airport manager, and a modified DOT driveway permit. So of all those conditions, they would have to come back here for a compliance hearing for the trees along Route 32, the trees on the south side, the new landscape plan, new drainage plan, new utilities plan, and that would be it. The rest are permits, which that's a conditional part of it, which are met when they get the permit. So just to make that clear, what they'd be back for a compliance hearing for those pieces, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items there. No, yeah, 5, got them, okay. Now,
there's one other thing that I'd like to see done, and it was brought up earlier, is this project, if permitted, let me rephrase that. This project would have a negative effect on the neighborhood. Is that something that we can, as a board, and I think we have the right to do it, ask for an outside designee to do an evaluation now that we have the roof line and a change in building, if it would be detrimental to the property values of the neighborhood? And if so, we have the responsibility to deny the project. And
no, the planning board, I can't let you speak.
Out in the public hearing.
You have a point of order? Go ahead.
That wasn't brought up or talked about at all this evening in the public hearing.
It was talked about, it's a continued public hearing. It was spoken about on the last hearing, I believe, or last section of the hearing there. It wasn't spoken about tonight, but it was on the previous night.
The problem with the study that Mr. Lane is referring to
I can't discuss that. We've been through that.
It's been addressed in court.
Let us, we just have to deliberate this out. Point of order is finished. So you're talking about an assessment as to whether that diminishes property values in that area there. That's what you're talking about, and whether the planning board has the authority to do so. The planning board does have the authority to do so, but pretty much the time for that would be before we close a public hearing, because that would be, discussion for a public hearing and what the results of that were. And
it does, excuse me, but it does not state that in section 5, page 2.
No, I'm not saying it states it. It's not against the law that it gets done, but we'd have to have another kind of a hearing, some kind of a hearing open up to discuss the findings of another report for this particular project, or any project that we did that. Any other new information coming in after the public hearing is closed, we'd have to have another public hearing, another meeting. I don't know about we'd have to reopen the public hearing if we did that, which we normally do not do.
If that were to be carried out, if the evaluation were to be carried out and found that it would not diminish the values, then it's a moot point. Mm-hmm. But if it is found that it will, then we have responsibility to deny the project.
But I'm not so sure that the planning board can deny a project because of that. A planning board can send the applicant back to the drawing board to make it more pleasing so that it would not diminish property values, but I'm not so certain that that would be grounds to deny the project just because of that. And we got to figure, where you would draw the line. Would it diminish one property, 10 property, 50 properties? You have to decide that too, as to what you're trying to do here. We're trying to make it so that it is harmonious with the neighborhood. And the planning board had them come back with new drawings that would make it harmonious or more harmonious to the neighborhood. And that, in my opinion anyways, you know, the rest of the board can just jump right in and say where I'm wrong or where I'm right, but that, in my opinion, is that it's up to the planning board to have the developer make the project so it is compatible, not just to flatly deny a project just because it's going to diminish the property values. You see, I don't think it's flatly grounds for a denial. But your question is, can we do that? Can we ask, or can we have an assessment, I guess, of the property values around there, whether they're going to go up or down? And the planning board can, and I'll repeat what I said before, the time for that generally is when the public hearing is open, so that we can discuss it openly with the applicant and with the public when those findings come back. So it's up to the board what the board wants to do.
I believe in the last meeting, when I broached that subject, you said that we could not do anything or did not want to do anything until we saw what the new...
I did. I asked if it was premature to do that because they hadn't come back with a better plan. And that is correct. But I'm saying, and I can't think of everything, I did not think to bring it up at this meeting here. And before I close the public hearing, you know, I warned everybody, we're closing the public hearing. Is there anything else we got to discuss? We got to talk about here? And that was the time, in my opinion, to bring it up. The rest of the board members can weigh in on what you think about it.
Okay. If then they come back with these conditions met, can we then ask for an assessment?
We can ask for it, but it won't be part of the site plan. If they come back with the conditions met, those are the conditions that the planning board set forth for them to achieve in order for final approval. We can't go adding things to those conditions.
Okay, then you're saying that if they come back with all of the conditions met and all their permits in place, that there will be no more public input?
There's no more public input now because we've closed the public hearing.
That's what I'm asking. So you don't feel, and I haven't read it, Richard apparently has, but you are saying, I think, that we cannot ask for our own assessment of this project and its effect on property values in the area unless, well, we just can't now. We're too late to do that. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying we can, but I'm saying that it should have been done prior to this point in the meeting.
Well, maybe some people would say when the building is there and they look at it, it should have been done.
And I'm sure, you know, that can be said of anything. Some people are going to say no matter what that this is bad, and some people are going to say, oh, you know, that's not so bad. So it's, again, it's opinion, but I'm just looking from the perspective of running the meeting and the procedures of the planning board and the information that we require and the information that we use and discuss. And I'm just saying that if the planning board were going to do that, it should have been done prior to the public hearing being closed so we could discuss the findings of that if we decided to do it. Now, we did hear back from our attorney about that matter. I don't know if you all read the letter from the attorney there about it. And they said that it would most likely, if it were a court matter, the court would most likely rule on the applicant's side because that assessment part of it was thoroughly vetted at the Zoning Board of Adjustment meetings with that lengthy report that they had there. That was his opinion. Again, it's an opinion, it's not a decision, but that's what he had said. So does anyone else want to weigh in on that? Anybody have an opinion on that? Michael York, do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I think at this point you were correct. It had to be brought up during the public hearing so all sides could be heard about it. It's just too late now with the public hearing and closed. You'd have to reopen the public hearing.
Brandon Self, you down there, you agree with that? Okay, and I'm gonna, Richard Lane, what is your opinion on that? You know, I mean, just on, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but just what's your opinion on that point?
I just think that as the planning board represents the town, that we should take every effort or make every effort to ascertain whether or not this is a good project for the neighborhood or not. And in doing so, it would involve getting a more updated evaluation of what this particular project now, the way it looks, if it would have a detrimental effect on property values. I know I wouldn't be too wild about it if I were living across the street, but that's my own opinion. And it technically is, you know, an opinion. It's not a factual situation. But I just think that we should really explore every avenue before we close or make a final decision on this. You know, and again, if it comes back that it doesn't or isn't going to affect the neighborhood, that's fine. We've done our due diligence in trying to explore every option or every aspect of this project and how it would affect the neighborhood. And that's just my opinion, as I say.
Okay, and Jane Johnson, do you think that, or the question is as to getting an evaluation of the area there as far as property values go and not having it entered into the public hearing? Basically, that's what we're talking about. What we're talking about is that is it too late to have the evaluation done?
Well, I don't think it's too late, but I thought you told me it was too late.
I said, in my opinion, yeah, it should have been done before the public hearing was closed, something like that. And it can, now you could put it as a condition, I suppose, that it come out in the affirmative, but then again, the applicant could probably get another assessor to say, well, yes, this one says that it won't do it. And, you know,
I think the point that is bothering me is that there are those planning board responsibilities that or authorities that we don't always explore. And it might be good if we did. If we had an assessment, it might go one way or the other. But I think it would be good to have our own assessment. As the same as I feel sometimes some of the things we do, I think we need our own engineering opinion, or not just necessarily our opinion, because we are not professionals.
And we do that. We've done that on multiple occasions, but we do it during the hearing process. We don't do it afterwards.
I get you, Scott. I know what you're saying. But I'm just saying that if we did have an assessment and we didn't have a public hearing, we might still know something we didn't know before. That's all.
That's correct. Mr. Day.
So, yeah, I don't think it's ever too late to do due diligence. So if we have to open up the meeting again and do due diligence, I think that's valuable to everyone here, and that's probably online, that is concerned about this. I would like to see a nice harmonious design that fits the character of Swanzey and the character of Old Homestead Highway. And if that could be done, I think that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. And just to note, I passed Mr. Vertigel and I passed Mr. Malone because they are alternates and they aren't seated for anyone, so they aren't part of the deliberations of the board. That's why I didn't ask you guys for your way in it. Yeah, okay, thank you. So we could table our discussions until next meeting and not have a decision tonight and ask for legal counsel as to whether it's appropriate to do that, to have another bit of information after the public hearing is closed. What do the board members think about that? Not much.
I would make a motion that we table, then, to be on the safe side.
Okay, there's a motion by Richard Lane that we table the discussion until our next meeting, which is January 12th, January 12th, 2023. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Day. Is there any further discussion? Then all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So it looks like that's what we're going to do. We're going to table it and get an opinion from the town's legal counsel as to whether it's appropriate or not to do that at this point of the meeting. So what else did we have? Oh, wait a minute, it's your motion. Now, Michael York's motion was that if there was anything on the agenda after when? 9 o'clock? And we're a little bit past 9 now, right? So let me just, what do we have on there? I think I've got the right one. Oh, and this is to go over our,
Just to say whether or not you agree. I'm proposing taking away the Thanksgiving meeting.
okay, we do have one thing that Sarah would like us to discuss, and that's our schedule for meetings in 2023. And we've got checked off for November 23rd and November 2nd. Oh, that's an applicant deadlines, okay. Meeting days, November 23rd, and that's the Thanksgiving Day one. And it's just to have the board have consensus that we do not have that meeting. You want to?
I make a motion that we do not have that meeting.
Okay. A motion.
Okay,
Well, we got
consensus. All right.
we got a motion by Michael Day that we do not have that meeting of November 23rd, 2023. That was seconded by Brandon Self. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, and the rest of the agenda items we're going to table, and just let me look to random there. We had the rules of procedure, we were going to table that, site plan review regulations, and we're going to table that. Okay, so a motion to adjourn is in order. Motion by Brandon Self to adjourn, seconded by Jane Johnson. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And we are adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Beverly.
We're not an assessment.
That's right, yep.
Just saying.
Yep.
Whoever assessing coordinator. Sticky.
Glad to hear it.
Record.